Good morning, everyone. It's time to resume the inquiry. Just a couple of points this morning. So, on conditions, I'm going to send out some initial comments soon, some point today. I've been using the edited version of the draft conditions, which were edited by Mr. Brown. What I want is a final agreed version with no track changes and taking into account the comments that I'm going to make. From my initial look, it looks like there's a fair few conditions referred to in evidence that haven't followed through into the draft conditions. So if someone could have a look at that for me and get me a final list of draft conditions. Whether you agree what I say or if you disagree, then providing an explanation of that. Who's going to take responsibility for the draft conditions? Yeah, okay, thank you. Another point then, back when we were looking at ancient woodland evidence, I asked about landscape value because it was in the standing note advice from Natural England. And Mr. Tabachnik, I think you gave me an answer on that, which was a little bit dubious of barrister giving me evidence on that matter. So what I would like, please, is for maybe your planning witness to pick that up in the planning section for me. So I'd really just like an official comment on landscape character in respect to the ancient woodlands and very much focused on that path and fencing and the bridge. Is that something you can provide? Yeah. Yeah, that would be helpful. Yeah, thank you. And then obviously if you want to comment on the council side or on the Rule 6 side, feel free, but I don't think it's something that's in either of your evidence. Okay, that's all I was going to say today before we got into evidence. Was there anything else that I need to be made aware of? No? Okay, well, welcome to the inquiry, Mr. Twinbarrow. When you're ready then, Mr. Tabachnik.
Thank you, Madam. Morning, Mr. Twinbarrow. Let me introduce you to the inquiry by reference to what you tell us in your proof. You're Associate Director at Bellamy Roberts. You hold a bachelor's degree in Civil Engineering from the University of Portsmouth. You're a member of the Chartered Institute of Highways and Transportation. You have over 10 years' experience of traffic and highway engineering and have been responsible for dealing with development proposals on behalf of a wide range of private and public sector clients. Is that all correct?
Yes, that is all correct.
And are you familiar with the appeal site and its requisite highway-related qualities?
I am.
Thank you. We're going to take your proof as read. Just before we do that, are there any corrections that you'd like to make to it?
Yes, there are two corrections. One, the first correction relates to Table 5 within my proof of evidence, which is on begins on page 21, which is a table that lists out walking and cycling distances to the key facilities in and around Uckfield. I believe, Ma'am, you were presented with an amended table yesterday which corrected 3 distances within Table 5, and I have agreed those with the Highway Authority. The second correction relates to figure given in paragraph 5.24 of my proof of evidence, where you will see, Ma'am, in the last sentence, I refer to HGV traffic comprising around 0.6% of 12-hour movements. That figure should be 0.5%.
Is that based on the calculation I did with Mr. New yesterday, or
yes, that is based on the calculations that we ran through yesterday, to include development traffic along the site access road and also all movements recorded in the surveys of the site access.
Thank you. Now, I think overnight, and in response to two different issues, you've got two new plans which have gone round the other main parties. Could you, unless there's any objections, hand copies to the inspector and indicate what's shown on those plans?
Yes.
Yeah, on the second one, do you want to just hand it and then perhaps give your evidence formally about the second one? So the first one, madam, is what you asked us for yesterday morning.
Yes. Let's just have a quick look at that while we're on it.
Okay.
I think I've got it in with me. Is this exactly the same as Appendix 35?
It's same in the extent of the works that are shown within the public highway.
Yeah. I just seem to remember, probably need to go and check, but I thought the plan that you gave me yesterday about the pedestrian cycle link had things that are no longer relevant in it. Or am I imagining that?
Yeah, so it's the plan that presented to you just now. It purely shows an extract of 016K at the location where that link enters the site.
Okay.
We have included the red line site boundary on that plan I've presented to you,
Okay.
which is not present on 16K. But all works within the public highway are as per 16K.
Okay. So this reference is 5330/045. That's how I refer to it, yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
And is this a plan to be conditioned?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Is everyone happy with that plan? Have you seen copies?
Saw it about 5 minutes ago. I don't think we object to it going in.
As I understand it, it's not an exact extract from MT from the plan 016K at Appendix 35 because A, it's got a red line on it. At last, it's lovely to see a highway plan with a red line on. But also, you've added, it seems to me, some of the non-motorised footpath cycleway. You elongated it into the site. You've added a bit more.
Yes, we've shown that as an indicative route as it would take into the site. But that is a matter for detailed design as is the scheme is in outline.
It strikes me that's quite important because the plan doesn't say indicative.
Well, can we accept this just as a inquiry document?
Indeed.
Yeah. So I would give it the number ID 17. If everyone agrees.
Okay.
And
Well,
we just
I've
do
heard
it like that.
I've heard the comments, and perhaps we'll come up with Rev B overnight to address some of those comments. I don't want this to be a controversial plan.
No. Okay.
Yes, well, that was in response to matters raised by Mr. White when he was giving his evidence in chief, in that we hadn't shown a 7.5 ton box delivery van entering the site, passing a car at the site access, and that is what has been shown on plan reference 5330/246.
Yeah. Had the Highway Authority asked for such a tracking drawing
No.
over the last 2 years?
No.
So just so I'm clear, this is different to what we were looking at yesterday. How?
It is different, Ma'am, in the vehicle that we have used, the larger vehicle that we have used. The sweat path analysis we considered yesterday was a refuse vehicle, a large rigid vehicle, 12 metres long, 2 cars passing at the access, and an articulated vehicle.
This one is
So the plan shown on drawing 246 is a 7.5 ton box delivery van passing a car.
what does that actually mean?
It's
Is it
the,
smaller than our rigid truck?
yes, the box van is 8 metres long, and it's a sort of vehicle that would be used for food deliveries and deliveries of that sort of nature.
And you've got the dimensions on the top right, I think.
Yeah, I see. That's what threw me.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, it's danced around a little bit.
So, any objection to us having this
No.
evidence?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to call this one ID 18.
Yeah. And while we're looking at it, Mr. Twinborough, can you just comment on what this shows?
Certainly. This drawing shows the large vehicle undertaking all movements into and out of the site. So beginning with the top left pane, that is the sweat path of the vehicle turning left into the site, and a car simultaneously turning right out of the site. The top right pane shows the box van turning left out of the site, with the car simultaneously turning left in. Bottom left pane is the van turning right into the site, passing the car turning left out. And the bottom right pane shows the box van turning right out of the site, passing a car turning left in. Demonstrating that all movements are possible.
Good. Thank you for that. Now, talking of swept paths, let's go. Well, before we do that, you've given your corrections, you've introduced these plans. Subject to those points, is your evidence true and correct, and does it reflect your personal, professional opinions on relevant matters?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Now, go to your Appendix 28, please. And can you find Plan 228H that we spent some of yesterday looking at with Mr. New?
Yes.
Now, I don't think you need to say anything more about the right out movement, which is in the lower right-hand quadrant, but take it in whatever order you find convenient. Can you make your observations on the comments that Mr. New advanced yesterday, please, about the other three?
Yes, certainly. Well, beginning top left, this shows the rigid truck turning left into the site. And that shows that when it turns into the site, it occupies, overhangs the site access road into the opposing lane. Similarly, turning right into the site, using the right turn lane, same situation occurs. The comments I would have or would like to make on those is that these movements occur very infrequently. The traffic survey that we have undertaken at the site access shows that movements by these vehicles account for 3 movements into the site and 3 movements out of the site during the survey period, which, when considered as part of all movements that will be using this access, is 0.5 So to the extent that that this movement would occur is clearly very infrequent. The sweat path analysis, similarly as well with the top right-hand pane with the vehicle turning left out, this shows that a car turning left into the site is able to wait clear of the through lane heading westbound towards Uckfield while the large vehicle undertakes that manoeuvre. Matters with regards to the safety of this arrangement have been considered by the road safety auditor, who has undertaken an assessment of the junction arrangement as shown on Revision P. He was furnished with all sweat path analysis and the results of the survey, so was fully aware of the existing uses of the site and the movements associated with them. Drivers of such vehicles undergo significant amounts of training, many hours behind the wheel, and are fully aware of the space, as it were, that is required of the vehicle they are driving when performing these manoeuvres into and out of the site, and would only do so when it is safe to do so. We have undertaken a capacity analysis of this junction arrangement, which is presented, the results of which are presented at table 7 of my proof of evidence.
Should we just go there?
Yes, absolutely.
Obviously, don't put away 228H, but get table 7's on page 33.
Yes.
Looking at the peak periods, and can you just in layman's layperson's terms explain what this shows?
Certainly, this, if we begin with the left-hand column of this table, this shows all the turning movements into and out of the junction, which includes at the site access the left out and right out movements, and the right in movements from Birdin Hill. The results are presented in terms of queuing vehicles, the delay associated with those queuing vehicles, and RFC, which is ratio of flow over capacity, which essentially gives a sort of a determination of the capacity of that junction. But of particular interest with regard to HGV movements is the queuing vehicles and the delay experienced by those vehicles. The results of which, in terms of the queuing, is given in passenger car units. And what that shows is that during those busy periods, there will be significantly less than one vehicle queuing at either the site access or within the right turn lane to enter or exit the site, which demonstrates that that junction is clear during the busiest periods, and you do not have a situation where there is a queue of vehicles either waiting to enter the site or waiting to leave the site. Therefore, the risk of conflict between large vehicles and cars exiting the site is minimal and unlikely to occur in reality.
Now, the table 7 shows, as I mentioned, the peak periods. What should the inspector understand the position in terms of RFCs and queues to be in the interpeak period, please?
During the interpeak periods, vehicle flows into and out of the site will be lower than those modelled during the peak hour periods. Therefore, the results expressed within that table, if one was to consider an interpeak period, all values would be lower if that assessment was to be undertaken.
Thank you. And what did your survey, your video survey of the current access show in terms of peak hour use by the 8 movements that were recorded by HGVs?
The results of that survey to assist are presented at table 2 of my proof of evidence on page 11. And that showed during the peak hour periods very few movements certainly of larger vehicles. No larger vehicles were recorded during the evening peak hour periods, and only one was recorded entering the site during the morning peak. And accompanied with that, very low numbers of lighter, smaller vehicles during the peak periods.
Thank you. Right, let's go back to 228H. You've given your general observations. If we look at the left-in movement, the top left box, Mr. New said he or others in the county were concerned about the HGV slowing down or stopping and whether it would be shunted from behind in that event. What's your comment on that concern, please?
My comment is that a larger vehicle approaching and turning left into the site from that direction, if it is followed by a car, best practice is to leave a gap between, if you're following a larger vehicle. On the approach to the junction from that direction, we've indicated on revision P of the access a side road ahead warning sign. So any motorist approaching in that direction following a larger vehicle would be aware of the potential for that larger vehicle to be slowing and turning into the site, undertaking a left turn movement into the site.
Do we design junctions for bad driving?
No, we do not. We design junctions based on reasonable behaviour being undertaken by those users of the junction. By way of an example, when determining appropriate visibility displays at a junction, we consider the 85th percentile. We do not consider the worst case speeds. We consider the speed that 85% of vehicles are travelling at.
Thank you. Now, if you go down to the right-in movement, the one bottom left in these panels, Mr. New's point that he raised yesterday was not per se about the HGV crossing the divide in the internal access. It was about whether a car exiting right would see traffic behind the HGV. So what's your comment, please, on that observation by Mr. New?
I disagree with Mr. New that this would...
Yes, the right-in movement, madam. Bottom left panel. Sorry, Mr. Twinbarrow, over to you.
I disagree with Mr. New's concern raised in this regard. Revision P demonstrates that commensurate visibility is achievable in both directions from the access, from a car waiting to turn right. A larger vehicle approaching the access and entering the giveaway line will be slowing as it undertakes that manoeuvre, and a car waiting at the access would be aware of approaching cars behind the large vehicle. And indeed, when that larger vehicle is in the right turn lane, visibility is achievable over a large area behind the large vehicle entering the site. And indeed, the car exiting the site will be aware of any vehicles approaching from the east, heading west, and, as is normal driver behaviour, would only exit the access when it is safe to do so.
Yeah. I think I suggested to Mr. New that behind the HGV you would have 90 metres of visibility. Is that a fair way of looking at things, or do you have any comment on that?
I agree with your observation yesterday, Mr. Tabachnik.
Yeah. Generally, do you have any comment on the sorts of points that I put to Mr. New? Do you associate yourself with the way I was questioning him on these matters, or do you have any corrections or comments about the sorts of points I was pursuing with him.
No, I agree with your assessment and the questions that you asked Mr. New yesterday. I have no further comments to add.
Yeah. Okay. Let's finally,
Ask something.
of course.
Just on write-in, this point about where your rigid truck is sitting in the centre sort of feeder lane, waiting to turn. I don't know what it's called. Write-in, actually. Yes, it would be write-in. Okay, so where the rigid truck is sitting in the centre lane, waiting to turn in, and it can't because a car is waiting to exit. Now, you say that the person in that car can look behind the rigid truck for 90 metres so they know what's coming and if it's clear to pull out. But is it true that there would be a blind spot behind the rigid truck where they wouldn't know what was going on, whether there was, or that there is an area that they cannot see when they exit?
Yes, I would agree with your assessment, ma'am. That blind spot is only over the length of the rigid truck when it is stationary within the right turn lane. A vehicle, a car waiting to turn right out of the site would have a view behind the rigid truck. And so a car, to the extent that it is obscured by the rigid truck as it's travelling eastbound, would only be obscured for maybe a second or two as it's travelling eastbound. So a cursory look by the driver waiting to turn right out of the site, if it was to observe the eastbound lane for sort of a second or two, would be fully safe to exit in the knowledge that there would not be a car that it would approach when exiting past the larger vehicle.
Mm. But I think that they'd have to check again once they got into the centre in case something had come in the meantime and it was travelling at speed, say, or something that they'd missed that was going slower, perhaps a cyclist, something like that.
The visibility shown at the access is not only for the exiting vehicle, but approaching vehicles travelling eastbound on the approach to this junction would be aware of a vehicle within the right turn lane, and it would also be aware of a vehicle waiting to turn right out of the site. So all of those pieces of information would be aware to all drivers using that junction. But it is certainly the case where visibility is restricted in any situation that drivers emerge cautiously and not recklessly.
So I think, again, for that person travelling eastbound, there could be a momentary blind spot again where they're coming up by the side of the rigid truck where they don't see the entrance, they don't know if someone's going to pull out or not. Is that fair to say? So I think you were in the broad saying, yes, they're going to have to be cautious.
Yes, that is correct. In the unlikely event, given the number of movements we're talking about, that a situation such as that should arise, and it's the same for any right turn arrangement across the country. This isn't a novel arrangement that we are proposing. It is drivers will be aware of using such arrangements at other junctions, and in situations where visibility is obstructed for whatever reason, drivers emerge cautiously and as I said, not recklessly. The exiting driver would clearly be aware that there is a portion of the eastbound through lane that they cannot see, so would take that into account when making that manoeuvre. And as we have discussed, there is significant visibility achievable behind the larger rigid truck. So drivers will have a good view as to whether or not anything is coming.
Okay, thank you.
And can we just take further the observation you've made about the the common appearance of such arrangements around the country. Mr. New's position yesterday is that if it was only refuse vehicles that we were talking about, that the county wouldn't be raising this.
Yes, that is correct.
It's only because there's a couple of extra HGV movements per day that the county is raising this.
Yes.
In the context of a refuse vehicle which is 12 metres long, would the right-in movement raise any different issues?
No.
Thank you. Right. The left-out movement, which is the top right, Mr. New's point was about encroachment into the right turn only lane by the HGV turning left. What's your observation on that, please?
My observation is that if a situation were to arise where a vehicle waiting to turn right into the site was positioned within the right turn lane, any large vehicle wishing to turn left out of the site would not do so until that right turn lane is clear. The drivers of large vehicles are fully aware of the path taken, so would not undertake that manoeuvre until the right turn lane is clear of traffic.
It is the existing situation where the visibility splay to the west is substandard and the tracking shows full occupation of the through lane going eastbound and no accident record over at least the 10 years that we know about. Is that of relevance to your answers in respect of the left out?
Yes, it is clear that the analysis that we have presented demonstrates a significant improvement over the existing arrangement. There is no overrun of that left turning vehicle into the through lane, the traffic turning east, traffic travelling eastbound. It is only an overrun of the right turn lane, which, as demonstrated in our modelling of the access, is likely to be clear during all periods of the day.
Mm-hmm. And as regards Mr. New's point that an HGV driver wouldn't know whether a car coming up from the west will be intending to turn right or not, what's your evidence as to what an HGV driver will do?
I would suggest that, in my view, HGV drivers would wait until they have certainty whether that car is going to turn into the right turn lane or not, and again not undertake that manoeuvre if they consider it unsafe.
Good, thank you. Now, you've managed to get through your answers on that, barely making reference to the road safety auditor that you instructed in relation to this matter. Can you identify, please, what the road safety auditor made of these points? And just start, please, with some clarity as to the status of a road safety auditor and where they fit into the picture.
Yes. Matters relating to road safety are undertaken by a road safety auditor, and they are an independent assessor in that they are independent of the design team and assess matters of safety with regards to a new junction arrangement. Matters in that regard are considered against all relevant design standards. They have due regard to the accident record and are bound by the professional standards of their institution. In this regard, the auditor has been furnished with revision P of the access proposal and all accompanying drawings, including the swept path analysis that we are discussing at the moment. They have been made aware and presented with the results of the survey of the junction, which shows the movements associated with the uses at Bird and Eye Farm, so are fully aware of the frequencies of these vehicles as they enter the site. Taking all of that into account, the road safety auditor has not raised any safety concerns with regards to the layout of the access junction as shown on revision P, nor indeed the swept path analysis which accompanies it.
Thank you. In terms of swept paths, did the road safety auditor raise swept path issues on earlier design proposals?
Yes, he did, particularly with regard to revision K of the access, which showed 2.75 metre through lane widths. This road safety auditor raised concerns in terms of swept path analysis on revision K of the access.
And were those concerns assuaged by P, 21P?
Yes, they were.
Thank you. Assume a world where the inspector says that 21P is safe and satisfactory for drivers driving reasonably and exercising due caution. In that world, is the access proposal a betterment or not as compared with the existing situation?
The proposed access is a significant improvement and betterment over the existing access.
And in your judgment, what weight should the inspector attribute to such a benefit if we're in that world? In any planning balance, she has to strike on other matters.
The improvements to the access arrangements, as we have shown, should be given significant weight, in my view. It is not our case that, as a result of the deficiencies with the existing access, that the proposed access should be granted. It is our case, my case, as presented in my evidence, that the proposed access meets all relevant design guidance and is safe. And the deficiencies noted and discussed yesterday with the existing access should be a material consideration with regard to our proposed access.
Thank you. Right, moving on. Bird and Eye Farm, how many businesses currently attract HGVs, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, there are 2 businesses that attract HGV movements.
Yeah. And what is, in your judgment and knowledge of the farm stock, what is the prospect of current HGV numbers increasing?
Well, having visited the site, my view is that it is extremely unlikely that HGV numbers would increase over and above what we have set out, what I have set out in my evidence. The buildings at Bird and Eye Farm are of poor quality. The infrastructure within the site is poor. The units there existing are small generally, and would not, even with a change of occupier, would not increase numbers of HGV movements.
Thank you. Commentary has been made by others about the representativeness of the survey data you've put forward from the video survey. What's your comment in response to that, please?
I consider the surveys to be entirely representative. of typical movements into and out of Bird and Eye Farm. The landowner has confirmed as such that the movements are representative. Indeed, the Highway Authority has accepted the flows recorded as being representative. There was a comment that came up in Mr. White's evidence yesterday regarding the timing of the surveys. And whilst these were undertaken during the school holidays, this is business use that we are talking about, and businesses continue to operate all the way through the year. Deliveries will come and go to and from the site during the school holiday periods, and would not be, if a delivery has been requested to the site, then regardless of whether a driver is on holiday or not, the delivery will be made. An alternative driver will be undertaking that delivery trip.
Yeah, thank you. Cyclists. Obviously, you heard Mr. New yesterday say his issue about cyclists entering the site was not a reason by itself to refuse consent for this access. Do you have any more general observations on the point he was seeking to make?
I would like to add that, as I alluded to earlier, we do not design junctions to account for sort of reckless behaviour. Cyclists entering the site via the right turn lane, assuming they are behaving reasonably as they would typically do, no conflicts would arise with cyclists turning into the site.
Yeah. Just, I don't know if this will be helpful, but can I just go back to questions about blind spots, momentary blind spots? Is that a situation that applies when one's driving on the dual carriageway or motorway?
Yes, drivers are advised when undertaking any sort of manoeuvre to change lanes to check their blind spots.
Yeah. And is the potential existence of momentary blind spots a reason why overtaking or changing lanes on motorways is prohibited?
No.
Yeah. Right. Deliverability. Anything to add to the discussion I had with Mr. New yesterday afternoon?
Only in as much to welcome Mr. New's confirmation that matters of deliverability can be addressed via a suitably worded Grampian planning condition.
Yeah. Obviously, that's subject to the dispute that we did have as to whether a Grampian would be lawful, but that's a matter for others to debate whether the test is no prospect of meeting the condition or something else.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Good, thank you. We don't need to elongate that discussion then. The zebra, Mr. New said yesterday that the proposal, as shown in the most recent drawings, is deliverable subject to some tweaking. When did he inform you that that was his opinion?
That was yesterday when Mr. New was giving his evidence.
How long have you been discussing the zebra proposal with him?
Many months.
Have you necessarily spent time preparing to discuss zebra issues at this inquiry?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. And yesterday was the time you were informed?
And yesterday, up until that point, I was prepared to argue the merits of the zebra crossing as we had not reached agreement.
Yeah, well, you may not be the only one. Right. Sustainability, please, and relatively quickly. But the bus measures that are proposed here, bus stop upgrades and a bus contribution, can you assess their value, please, in planning terms, as you see it, or in highway sustainability terms?
Certainly. Ma'am, the bus services are presented at table 6 of my proof of evidence. On table 5, page 25, the The appeal scheme will providing a significant contribution to maintain the level of bus service provision as set out in that table. And as you can see, ma'am, there are early morning, late evening services throughout the week, including services on a Sunday, Monday to Saturday services run at a frequency, hourly frequency throughout the day. The bus stops are within walking distance of the appeal scheme, giving future residents the opportunity to travel by this means to access a number of destinations, whether that is to into Uckfield for the services within Uckfield, or for onward journeys from the railway station, and all other destinations listed in that table in the top row. The bus service is not only of a benefit to residents of the appeal scheme, but also existing users, which the appeal scheme will help secure this service for those users. And residents, future residents, will have, as I say, the opportunity to make trips, whether that's employment trips or trips to school or trips to other facilities, via bus. The travel plan for the development will include a welcome pack, part of which will be a voucher for each household, which can be used for sustainable means of travel, including purchase of bus season tickets.
Thank you. And is the bus the bus service a relevant consideration for, say, access to secondary schools within Uckfield?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Walking routes, just briefly. So I discussed with Mr. New.
Just on buses, if I may.
Of course.
Yep. So where are the two bus stops? Can you show us? And are they moving at all? Is there any plans to move them, or are they not now?
No, they are existing bus stops. If you
Yeah.
refer on to the 5 group evidence, it is drawing 16K. That shows the locations of the bus stops. Top pane shows the existing bus stops, and we propose, which has been agreed with the Highway Authority, to provide bus shelters at both stops, and signage, real-time passenger information signage, which is not present at the existing bus stops.
And these are at the pedestrian end?
Yes, they are a short distance.
Where are we in relation to? Slightly further. west of it.
Have you got 16K in front of you,
Yeah.
madam? Yeah. So that, I'll let Mr. Twinbarrow talk to it, but that's the plan to have a look at, to see the edge of the site, the pedestrian cycleway improvement, and then the bus stops and where the hospital turning is. So perhaps you can just go through that, Mr. Twinbarrow.
Yes, with reference to the bottom pane, you'll see that referred to as proposed arrangement. But you can see that we are widening that existing footway to 3 metres, and at the very eastern end of that, it disappears beyond the dashed blue line, which is where it then enters the appeal scheme.
Up here.
So that's the pedestrian.
Oh, right, okay.
And then you've got, is that about 150 metres of shared pedestrian cycleway within highway land?
Yes, approximately, yes.
Yeah. And then at the end of that, just talk through again, please, the new bus stop provision that's at the end of that?
Certainly. Well, those bus stops at the hospital access are existing. We, as part of our appeal scheme, will provide bus shelters at those stops, which are not present at the moment, and information signs, electronic signs, which will advise anyone waiting at the bus stop when the next service is due.
What's present at the moment? Just a stick?
At present, it is just a post with a bus timetable on it. There's no shelter, no seating, nothing of that ilk.
And how's it secured? Just while we're on the point, how is this secured? Is it in the legal agreement?
Yes, it's all in the 106, madam. Good. That was all I was going to raise on buses. Right, let's just talk about walking routes briefly. So I broke up the route from centre of the site to train station stroke the massive Waitrose at the southern end of the town centre with Mr. New yesterday. And I broke it up into the first 600 metres, which are to this point, to the Uckfield Hospital turning, and then the next 900 metres. So I don't think I need to ask you to say anything else about the 600 metres. Mr. New spent a lot of time on the 900 metres during his evidence in chief. What's your commentary, please, on that section of the walking route into town?
Certainly, that route, first thing to say, there are footways on both sides of Framfield Road.
Just so I'm clear, we're starting from where? From the pedestrian access?
From the hospital.
From the hospital.
Access, yeah. Mr. New accepted yesterday in his evidence that there were no concerns with regards to the route within the site,
Right.
or with the improvements to the footway, shared cycleway up to vicinity of the hospital access.
I see. So it's from there on in then.
Yes, so from that point westwards towards the centre of Uckfield, it's a direct route, majority of which is flat. It is street lit and it is overlooked. There are existing properties on both sides of the road. Whilst the footway widths do vary, they are generally, as I've set out in my evidence, in excess of 1.5 to 1.8 metres wide.
Is there one point where one of the footways falls below 1.5 metres, please?
Yes, there is a point at the western end of Framfield Road on the approach to the signalised junctions where the width does reduce to around 1 metre wide. However, there are footways present on the northern side, and these are close to 2 metres wide.
Okay, so where is this, sorry?
This is at the western end of Framfield Road. It is shown on, again, at Appendix 35 of my proof. Drawings 017 Rev H and 018 Rev J give the walking, or the existing, the length of Framfield Road, showing the existing situation along the top panel on both drawings, and the bottom panel shows our suggested improvements, which on drawings 17 and 18 relate to tactile paving and dropped curbs at each crossing point along that route, where no such provision is made at present.
So where's this narrow point?
It is at the very western end of Framfield Road. So just as you approach the signalised crossroads at that end, on the southern side.
Okay. I'm thinking
Yes,
about that.
yes.
Yeah.
Correct. But you'll see, I'm on the northern side. The footways are significantly wider.
Is there a crossing to the northern side? Like a drop there?
There's nothing at present, although the scheme does, our proposal does incorporate a zebra crossing.
And how far from this particular point is the zebra proposed to be located, the one that can be delivered with tweaks?
It's without measuring it. I would suggest 200-ish meters, but I can provide a more accurate figure if needed with a scale ruler with me.
Yep.
Okay, let me just make sure I'm where you are then. So there's some narrowing of the pavement on the western end of the south side of Bamford Road
Yes.
when you get to the junction.
And would it help for you to give an indication of the length of that narrowing on one side?
Yes, at that location at the western end of Framfield Road, it is over a distance of approximately 45 metres.
And
Hang on.
you
Can I just finish running through where I am? So there's a narrowing of the pavement on the western end of the southern side of Framfield Road, which you've added is about 45 metres long. But you're saying, however, you can use the northern side. So before we get to that point, we would have come across the zebra crossing. Is that correct?
Yes, for those travelling west along Framfield Road, they would encounter the zebra crossing first, and then continuing to travel west would encounter this narrowing. It's important to note, however, that whilst there is a narrowing of a metre, east of that the footway does widen. So for any user that hasn't crossed the road, if for whatever reason, if there is a situation that was to arise where someone was travelling east along that footway, before they get to the narrowing, an approaching pedestrian could wait for that user travelling east to pass, if they so wish.
Yep.
And just remind me where the zebra crossing is in relation to, say, the pedestrian access and then your works to the bus stop. And then coming up to the junction, where does the zebra crossing?
Yeah, if I well, it's nice if you open drawing 018 Rev J. Well, actually, and 17H as well, side by side. If you start with drawing 18, that shows the bus stops at the hospital access at one end of that plan on the bottom pane, and then it shows the proposed zebra at the western end of that plan. And then with reference to 17H, that then shows the continuation of that route westwards.
There's the bus stop, there's the zebra crossing. And then we move that.
Yes, and then drawing 17 then is just a continuation of 18.
Just make a note so I can locate it on site. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can I just pursue one or two more details on this aspect? So just in terms of the narrowed route, the 45 metres on the southern side of the road at the western end, you've made the point several times that there's a 2 metre wide footpath on the northern side. Can I ask you to assist with this? If somebody is walking into the town centre, to the train station, to Waitrose, to all the restaurants north of Waitrose, which side of the road would they want to be on by the time they've reached this junction, please?
They would ideally want to be on the northern side of Framfield Road.
in order to turn right on New Street and head.
And yes, so they would need to cross the road at some point to access those facilities. The zebra crossing provides a facility for them to do so.
Yeah, thank you. And in terms of Bramfield Road as it currently is, Mr. New talked yesterday about people crossing effectively informally. Was that a particular difficulty that the Highway Authority had? And what's your own comment on the existing way in which people cross that road?
Well, clearly there are no at that end of Framfield Road. There are no formal crossing points, full stop, along Framfield Road. So anyone wishing to cross the road would have to do so informally. This is an existing situation. No safety concern has been raised by the Highway Authority in that regard. And our scheme provides an improvement over that existing situation.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the gradient of this route, what comments do you have, please?
The route itself is mainly flat. There are some gradients towards either end, but as Mr. New set out yesterday, these are only over short distances.
Yeah. Is the gradient something that would discourage a walker?
No, not in my view.
No, thank you. And again, in terms of widths, apart from this one section that we've looked at under the microscope, your evidence is that the rest of the route is between 1.5 metres wide and 1.8 metres wide. Have I understood that correctly?
Yes, you have.
Yeah, and I don't want to go through the myriad of guidance documents we have on widths, but I do want to look at the most recent one very briefly. So can you get up, please, CDI.8?
Yes, I have that.
So this is Department for Transport document, inclusive mobility, and it's dated, I think, December 2021 on the front page. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So let's see what this says. PDF page 28.
Yes, I have that.
There's a section towards the top of the page, 4.2 width and height clearances.
Yes.
Footways and footpaths should be made as wide as practicable, but under normal circumstances, a width of 2 metres is the minimum that should be provided, as this allows enough space for 2 wheelchair users to pass, even if they're using larger electric mobility scooters. If this is not feasible due to physical constraints, then a minimum width of 1,500 millimetres, 1.5 metres obviously, could be regarded as the minimum acceptable under most circumstances, as this should enable a wheelchair user and a walker to pass each other. And then it goes on and makes a point about where there's an obstacle and so on. And I think you've addressed the part of the route that's below 1.5 metres. But can you just give your comments, please, to the inspector as to what this advice is suggesting about the 1.5 figure?
The inclusive mobility advice, as given in this section, refers to a minimum width of 1.5 metres as the minimum acceptable under most circumstances. The route along Cranfield Road is generally between 1.5 and 1.8 metres wide, and would provide the opportunity for a wheelchair user and a walker to pass one another.
Thank you. Is the Highway Authority pursuing a programme of widening the footways along Framfield Road?
No, it is not.
Security issues, please. Is this route street lit?
Yes, it is.
And And what comment would you make to the inspector as to whether this route is overlooked and therefore has a feeling of safety and security or not?
Yes, the route is overlooked. There are existing dwellings on both sides of the road for its length. It is overlooked in that regard, and coupled with the street lighting, in my view, this route is safe and secure. It is not otherwise.
Thank you. Have you got Mr. New's original proof of evidence, please?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Go to page 18, please. Para
Yes.
4.12. I asked him yesterday about the way sustainability issues were treated at the last inquiry. We don't need to go back on that. If you drop to the fourth line of 4.12, he says, regarding the Burdon Eye South site, the inspector concluded that whilst the site was for a reasonably fit person within practicable walking distance from the railway station and bus station, the only connecting route was Framfield Road, which was described as narrow and frequently congested. Do you see that?
Yes.
What comments do you have as to whether anything has changed since 2008 about the capability of a reasonably fit person to walk between the site and the town centre?
The route, as commented on by the inspector previously, is the same as the route that is currently in question.
Thank you. Now, hopefully briefly, if you like, by reference to your table 5, can you give the inspector your views, please, on the point I explored with Mr. New yesterday about the quality of the offer, what it is one is walking to. Is it one little corner shop or is it something else? And how that would impact on the willingness of people to undertake journeys by foot.
Yes, certainly. Ma'am, table 5 of my proof of evidence lists a significant number of facilities that are all either within walking or cycling distance of the appeal scheme. This includes education facilities, such as primary schools, nurseries, colleges, retail facilities, including a very large Waitrose within the centre of Uckfield, other retail facilities in that regard, food destinations such as public houses, takeaways, leisure and fitness destinations, healthcare, transport as well. The bus and railway station are available within walking and cycling distance if future residents wish to use those for onward travel. It is clear that there are a significant number of facilities within Uckfield that are within walking and cycling distance that would account for the vast majority, if not all, day-to-day needs of future residents. It is not just one corner shop that residents could access on foot. It is all facilities that one may wish to use either day-to-day or less frequently.
Thank you. Now, I went through local employment areas with Mr. New, and we don't need to repeat that exercise.
Can I just go back to the 2009 decision? I think you said, how has it, I think your question was, how has it improved since 2000?
No, the question was, is it any different?
Is it any different? Sorry,
That was-
okay.
That was
And
the
you
thrust
said
of the
no
question. I probably used more words than I needed to, as usual, but that was the thrust of the question.
Is there any difference? And you said no change. I'm just interested because you're putting forward what you call benefits with the pedestrian link. I mean, was that a feature of the 2009, the cycle pedestrian link?
I believe there was proposed to be some sort of link in that direction, but I don't know the specifics of
Okay.
it.
And improvements to with the drop curbs and the tactile paving?
I don't know.
No, so we don't really know. Yeah.
N-
Okay.
Nobody has thought it worthwhile to explore the absolute minutiae.
Okay.
Of what was proposed 15 years ago.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Right, I was moving on to local employment areas, and as I say, the specifics of what's available, I don't need to go back on because we covered that yesterday in evidence. But what I do want to ask you is this: what's your comment for the inspector, please, on the extent to which trips to and from work is a contributor to trip generation, and in the context of your comments on that, what do you say about the sustainability of the appeal site and what's available here?
Trips to employment uses make up a significant proportion of trips to and from a development, alongside school trips to school, generally undertaken during the peak hour periods, which is why we assess those periods as they're the busiest. All of the facilities listed within Table 5 could equally be employment opportunities for existing for proposed residents, future residents, including the industrial estates that Mr. Tabachnik has alluded to. All of these journeys, there is the opportunity for these journeys to be undertaken sustainably, either by walking, cycling, or by bus. But in the event that these trips are undertaken by private car, they are short journeys, broadly less than 5 minutes, which in my view is a material sort of benefit of the scheme in that it reduces traffic movements on the wider highway network, which has a benefit in that regard, and also environmentally.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swinborough. I've nothing more to ask you now. If you just wait there, there'll be some questions for you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Should we have a brief break before cross-examination? Yeah. Let's come back at 5:02. ready then, Ms. Hutton? Thank you.
Thank you, Mum. Good morning, Mr. Twinbarrow.
Good morning.
Good morning. You are part of the team promoting this proposal, aren't you?
Yes, that is correct.
And you have designed the highway proposals.
Yes.
You are not offering an independent review of those proposals, are you?
No.
Parliament has provided that the County Council is the statutory advisor in relation to highways in its area, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
And the Highway Authority is independent. You're not challenging that.
No, I'm not.
And the Highway Authority is an expert body, not challenging that.
No, I'm not.
And on the basis of those factors alone, you'd accept that significant weight should be given to the views of the Highway Authority.
Yes, I agree they shouldn't be discounted in the first instance.
Now, here, not only has the Highway Authority made a consultation response in paper, it's participated, hasn't it, in long and detailed discussions over your access proposals, including responding to numerous revisions. That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct.
It submitted evidence to the inquiry through Mr. New, which has taken considerable time and expense. That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct.
And it's been prepared to submit its evidence to cross-examination and the questions of the inspector. That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct.
Yeah. In short, they put their money where their mouth is.
In short, yes.
So that further underlines, doesn't it, the significant weight that should be given to the view of the expert statutory consultee.
Yes, I agree. Weight should clearly be given to the Highway Authority's consultation comments and their view of the scheme. Yes.
Yeah. So, and I think we can agree significant weight.
Yes.
Your road safety auditor is not giving evidence to this appeal. See?
No, not in person. We are relying on his audit.
Yeah. Not available to be cross-examined or for questions to be asked by the inspector.
No, he is not.
No. And not heard the evidence of the Highway Authority. So we don't actually know what the views would be in light of the Highway Authority's comments.
No, we don't. However, the road safety audit is an independent body separate from the design organisation who provide their independent view of the scheme presented to them and any potential safety issues that they may or may not raise.
But they haven't heard all of the discussion over the swept past, the views of the Highway Authority. We've no idea if the road safety auditor's views would change in light of what the County Council, the expert statutory consultee, has said.
I would not expect the views to change. The safety audit, as I mentioned, is an independent view. It has all the data, pertinent data, to make an informed judgment on the safety aspects of the scheme.
All right. We're going to turn on to revision P, please. You accept that it's for the appellant to demonstrate that its scheme is safe?
Yes.
And I just want to check, I'm going to ask you questions on revision P. You haven't got revision Q, R or S up your sleeve, have you?
No.
No. So just to be clear, because there was initially a comment from Mr. Tabachnik about amending corner radii, but then it was confirmed that was dropped. Can I just check you're not saying that there could be a further revision with further amendments to corner radii?
We are not. The appeal is to be determined on revision P of the access.
And here the site access needs to provide access for 290 new dwellings, including vehicles and pedestrians.
Yes.
Sorry, vehicles and cyclists, the main access junction.
Yes.
Visitors to the proposed SANG,
Yes.
and the vehicles used by the commercial operators at the farm.
Yes.
An access with that character, that makeup of vehicles, doesn't currently exist in this location, does it?
No.
The context of the site is that speeds are de-restricted in the area of the site access junction,
That is correct.
and at present, circa 4,000 or 5,000 vehicles using Burden Hill per day.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and with the appeal scheme, it's about 6,000.
Yes.
Roughly, yeah. we've got two potential guidance documents before the inquiry on the design of junctions. One is DMRB and the other is Manual for Streets.
Correct.
Probably short circuit this. The only guidance in terms of the criteria which apply to a Ghost Island junction is found in Manual for Streets. Sorry, in DMRB.
Yes, that is correct.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The geometries required for for a Ghost Island right turn lane are set out in DMRB CD 123.
So, and the evidence of the Highway Authority is that it uses DMRB in the design and assessment of local roads.
Yes.
And you're aware that the Ghost Junction was requested by the Highway Authority because of the combination of minor road flows and major road flows. And you've effectively accepted that because we've now got a Ghost Island junction before us.
Yes, I have accepted that. There is a figure within CD 123 that gives suggested junction arrangements based on minor flows and flows along the minor arm and flows along the major arm.
And that's I think the same figure as at paragraph 2.10 of Mr. New's proof, but I don't think we need to go there.
Yeah.
Could we just turn up, please, the DMRB document CDI 7?
Yes.
And if we go to page 30 of that, or it's PDF page 31.
Yes, I have that.
5.6.3, at Ghost Island junctions where no diverge or merge tapers are provided, the corner radii should be 15 metres, followed by a corner taper of 1.16 over a distance of 30 metres. Do you see that?
I do.
That's the relevant standard set by DMRB.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. And the County Council's position, as set out by Mr. New, is that a departure could be considered, but that's subject to acceptable vehicle tracking.
Yes.
Now, I just want to be clear on this because of what you say in your proof. Are you saying that the vehicle tracking should simply be discounted or ignored by the inspector when she considers the safety of this junction?
I'm not saying that it should be discounted or ignored. No, it's a document that we have presented to demonstrate the swept paths of those vehicles.
Okay. So, just to be clear, sorry, let me find the reference. You go to paragraph 5.2 of the DMRB, page 29.
Yes.
Where it says allowance should be made for swept turning paths of the worst case design vehicle, which is expected to use the priority junction unless, and there's an argument between us about very small percentage, etc. But even if the inspector considers there's a very small percentage, you're not saying that we don't need to consider the safety of this junction.
No, safety is a very important consideration, so I wouldn't advocate that we ignore safety at all, no.
Yeah. So, and the main vehicle by which we're going to do that is the swept path analyses.
Yes, I mean, there are other safety considerations that the auditor would review and would consider as part of his review of the safety of a scheme. One of those is swept path analysis, yes.
Thank you. Your survey on a Tuesday in August, I think it was 8 HGVs. You now tell us one of those was a refuse vehicle. You say 6 HGVs a day.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what you say. There is no, as a matter of fact, no planning restriction on the uses from the existing farm buildings, correct?
That is correct to my understanding, yes.
Yeah. So there is no planning restriction on the number of HGVs that can either arrive or leave from the existing farm buildings.
That is correct.
We've heard what you say, but Frankly, Mr. White, you're not in a position to say whether it is extremely unlikely or not that HGV movements will increase. Are you?
Mr. Twinbarrow,
Sorry,
just
Mr. Twinberry.
in planning terms, there is no covenant, as far as I'm aware, on the site that would restrict legally the number of HGV movements. But that is only one part of the consideration. One also has to consider the suitability and the likelihood of the site, bearing in mind what is there at present, to accommodate further intensification of such larger vehicles. The majority of the units at the site are small, and current occupiers do not generate large vehicle movements, nor, in my view, would a change of occupier, given the size of units we're talking about and the poor quality of the farm itself. I do not consider it likely that those flows, the recorded flows, would change.
Okay. Well, I mean, we disagree as to what conclusions you can reach on the basis of the factors you've said. You say not likely. You're not saying it's impossible, are you?
No, I'm not saying it is impossible. I'm just saying that it is de minimis and very, very unlikely.
Right. We've got the tracking diagrams, and you're aware, can we go please, it's Appendix 28, 5330/228H.
Yes?
Very familiar to all of us now.
Yes.
But again, it's proper for me to put my case to you, so that's what I'm going to do. The Highway Authority is concerned about 3 out of 4 movements. That's correct.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah. So the top right, vehicle leaving the site turning left.
Yes.
First point to note is your HGV, in order to make that manoeuvre, is hugging the corner radius.
It is, yes.
And even doing that, it swings right out into the right-hand turn lane.
Yes.
And the concern of the local authority, so of the county council, the highway authority, is a clear risk of collision with a car coming along Birdeni Hill and wanting to turn right into the access.
Yes, the Highway Authority has raised that.
Yeah.
As an issue, yes.
An HGV won't know if a car approaching from the west is going to turn right unless it has its indicators on very early.
Yes, as I said earlier, HGV drivers are experienced. They will know full well how much space is required to undertake any manoeuvre, and would not put themselves at risk of a collision.
And you've not given for example, the time it takes for that manoeuvre to be completed by the HGV movement, by the HGV.
No, I haven't. It would depend on whether that movement is undertaken in one go, or whether it's more likely vehicle would approach the giveaway line, check both directions, and then undertake the manoeuvre.
But of course, you're relying very much on the HGV drivers' training and experience. The car driver doesn't have any special training or experience, do they?
Not to the level that an HGV driver would, no.
And the concern of, and the inspector has heard the differences, we don't need to go through them anymore, but the concern of the Highway Authority is a head-on collision. It's not something like clipping a wing mirror or something like that, is it? It's potentially a serious accident.
Yes, it is, although the safety auditor has reviewed this and considers there to be no safety issue with the arrangement or the sweat path analysis has shown.
Yeah, okay. The top left, the HGV turning into the site from the east.
Yes.
It's clear that the HGV can't turn in if there is a vehicle waiting to exit the appeal site.
If there is, if that vehicle waiting to exit the appeal site was turning right, then yes, I would agree with you. If the vehicle was turning left,
Turning left.
then yes.
Okay. So
there
yes,
is space for that movement, and the majority of movements are to and from that direction.
and the concern of the county council here is essentially the HGV stopping unexpectedly and a rear end shunt from another car going west.
That is the authority's concern. I do not agree with it, but that is
Yeah.
the authority's concern.
And again, not a minor concern, but one that could be a serious accident.
That is the argument put forward by the Highway Authority, yes.
Could you just take up CDI 2, please? Manual for Streets 2.
Yes, I have open.
And could you go to paragraph 9.4.12, please? It's PDF page 69.
So 9.4.12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that says designers are sometimes reluctant to use tight corner radii on the grounds that vehicles slowing to turn into the minor arm may cause shunt collisions on the major road. This may be the case where speeds are high, but in urban areas, the overall emphasis of Manual for Streets is that speed should be reduced to appropriate levels of 30 miles per hour or below through design, and the use of tight corner radios is consistent with this approach. Speeds in the vicinity of the access junction are above 40 miles an hour, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Yeah. So the concern that is indicated by designers in speeds above 30 miles per hour. This document indicates that the concern of the Highway Authority is quite reasonable in this case, doesn't it?
I do not agree. I mean, we've had, and I think Mr. New has put forward in his evidence that Manual for Streets does not apply in this location, with reference to DMRB document CD 123, paragraph 5.2. Such vehicles do not need to be accommodated at the junction.
No, but the principle of concerns of vehicles slowing down and the potential for rear end shunts, I mean, that's simply a universal principle. That's not specific to Manual for Streets. It happens to be mentioned here.
No, I agree. That is the concern of the Highway Authority. But I would add that the road safety auditor considers collisions as a result of an access arrangement.
Okay.
We would, for example, when commenting on revision K of the access proposal, comments were raised with regards to sideswipe collisions. So the safety auditor has full regard to the risk of collisions. In this case, has not raised any concerns with regards to the access proposal.
Okay, well, we've compared the position of the safety auditor and the county council. I don't want to go back over it. The bottom left, the inspector asked you some questions about this, about the blind spot. Again, we know your position, we know the county council's. But again, if an incident does arise, it's not something such as clipping a wing mirror. It's again, potentially a serious accident, isn't it?
Yes, that is the case, but that is the case for any junction arrangement. As I said earlier in my evidence in chief, accesses are designed based on the assumption that drivers drive in a competent and responsible manner. We can create a situation where an accident may occur, but the likelihood, the risk of that accident happening is extremely low.
But we know, don't we? You say this is true of any junction. You are seeking a departure from the standards in DMRB in this case, aren't you?
With regards to the junction radii, yes.
Yeah. And so therefore, that's why there's this close focus on the swept paths to see whether that departure is safe.
Yes, I mean, this inquiry isn't to determine the departure from standard process is a separate process that no doubt we will go through with the Highway Authority at the detailed design stage.
Yeah, but we've all agreed we're discussing Rev P, and it's exactly that point that the Highway Authority is raising. It said you could depart, but subject to demonstrating it's safe. And the Highway Authority said it's not safe. But anyway, we have your evidence. Now, all of the incidents that the Highway Authority is concerned about involve an HGV and a car either accessing or exiting the appeal site, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Your table 2, please. It's the summary of the existing vehicle movements at Birdeneye Farm. So you give the 12-hour figure of 198.
Yes.
Yeah. And we can compare that, can't we, with your table 10, which gives the proposed trip generation for the 290 units, so 1,284.
Yes.
And if we add 198 to 1,284, we get to 1,482.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's not true to say that because a safety issue doesn't arise on the current access, it would not arise on the proposed access, is it? Because you've got vastly more cars, which are one half of the collision, using the proposed access than you do with the existing access.
Sorry, could you repeat the
Yeah.
question?
So, sorry, the existing access, as I understand it, your point, where you're now saying that this is somehow a betterment over the existing situation. All of the incidents that the county council is concerned about are between an HGV and a car either accessing or exiting the appeal site, correct?
Yes, correct.
On the existing access, the level, while the HGV may or may not remain the same, the level of cars on that access is much, much lower. We're comparing 198 with 1,482.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
So the potential incidents of incidents or accidents is higher on the proposed access.
There are more vehicles using the proposed access, yes.
The highway authorities are of the view that the reality is that even on the current HGV use at the farm, there's a potential for around 2,000 safety incidents a year.
That is their view based on, I believe, the number of HGV movements into and out of the site per day multiplied across the year. Yes.
And we've agreed that their view should be given significant weight by the inspector.
Yes.
Is policy a matter for you or for Mr. Brown?
Highway policy, yes, I can
Okay.
speak to that.
Right. I don't know if we need to turn it up. Paragraph 110B of the MPPF. It should be ensured that safe and suitable access to the site can be achieved for all users. Do you remember that?
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
aware of that, yes.
I mean, clearly, again, I don't want to go all over the questions, but if the inspector agrees with the highway authority, then the scheme would contravene that paragraph, wouldn't it?
Yes, the Highway Authority are advancing a view that the proposed access does not provide safe and suitable access.
Yeah.
I disagree with that view.
Yeah. That's a very fair answer. Similarly, MPPF 111, if the inspector concludes that the junction represents an unacceptable impact on highway safety, then the application should be refused, shouldn't it? So if she agrees with the highway authority, the application should be refused.
Yes, the paragraph 111 refers to severe impact, I believe.
Well, let's just turn that up then.
Residual cumulative impact. Highway scheme should only be refused on highway ground if the residual cumulative impact is severe.
Let's just see what it says about safety, please. Development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety, comma, or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe.
Yes, that is
Yeah.
paragraph 1 of the
So if the inspector agrees with the county council, then the appeal should be refused.
Yes, if the inspector takes the view that the Highway Authority are correct in their arguments that safe and suitable access cannot be provided and the impacts are severe and the access is unsafe, then yes, the NPPF is clear. However, I disagree and would invite the inspector to take the same view.
Okay. Policy TR3, I think the easiest place is probably page 5 of your proof.
Yes.
TR3.2. So planning applications for new development will be permitted where the following criteria are met. TR3.2, a satisfactory means of access, vehicular, cycle and pedestrian is provided to meet local planning and highway authority standards.
Yes, I can see that.
Yeah. If the inspector concludes the access is unsafe, it necessarily won't be satisfactory, will it?
Yes, if that was the conclusion reached by the inspector, then yes, that is clear.
And in any event, we know that it doesn't meet local highway authority standards because they're here to tell the inspector that it doesn't.
Yes, in the Highway Authority's view, they do not consider that safe and suitable access can be achieved. Yes, I disagree. That is the Highway Authority's view.
And then spatial planning objectives, SPO 12. We will continue to work with partners to help ensure that Wealdon remains a safe place with levels of crime and disorder well below national average. Not holding that against you, but and to achieve significant improvements in the safety records on Wealdon's roads. Again, if the inspector concludes that the junction arrangement is unsafe, that would be contrary to the spatial planning objective 12, won't it?
If the inspector was to conclude that, then yes.
Yeah. Okay. Just a few questions, please, on deliverability. The Highway Authority has raised concerns over the deliverability of the access since Revision P was submitted by you. That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct.
And the Highway Authority asked you for a levels plan, didn't they?
The Highway Authority asked if a levels plan was available. It wasn't a specific request to provide a levels plan. It was, is a levels plan available? My response to them was that such a plan would be prepared at the detailed design stage as is normal. And that was the end of that matter.
A levels plan would show, wouldn't it, what works are required inside and outside the highway boundary, wouldn't it?
The levels plan would show proposed carriageway levels and curb levels. Yes, it would show the top of bank levels, and from that it would inform what works would then be required to the bank on either side.
And that's information that was within your gift to provide, but you have chosen not to do so.
Yes, the same way that any detailed design drawing is in our gift to provide. However, I have visited the site on a number of occasions. I have reviewed both banks in question. I have considered the topographical survey, and in my professional view, that the scheme is deliverable within the adopted highway. I take the point that the Highway Authority have a contrary view to that. No evidence has been provided by the Highway Authority to substantiate that claim. But in any event, Mr. New accepted yesterday that a Grampian suitably worded condition would protect the Highway Authority and secure their interests in that regard. And it would then be for the detailed design stage to hash out the details.
Sustainability, please.
Yes.
Right. 290 houses in a strategic sang. I think on any view, we're dealing with a significant development, aren't we?
Yes, I believe it would qualify as that, yes.
And we know from the NPPF, paragraph 105, Significant development should be focused on locations which are or can be made sustainable through limiting the need to travel and offering a genuine choice of transport modes. This can help to reduce congestion and emissions and improve air quality and public health. Yep.
Yes.
You're not asking, your position is this is sustainable. And
Yes.
the Highway Authority and the county council and the district council are saying it's not. But you're not running an alternative argument, are you? That even if it's not sustainable, it should be granted permission.
We're not running that argument because my view is that it is sustainable. So there is no need to argue that it isn't sustainable. The Highway Authority have taken that view. I disagree wholeheartedly with that view. The scheme is objectively in a sustainable location.
Whether or not a new resident is likely to walk or cycle is going to depend on both the length of the route and its quality. I think we agreed on that.
Yes, I would also add that it is also based on the destination and the quality of the destination that they are seeking to access. Clearly, if it was just one facility at the end of that route, that's one question. But clearly, if there are a number, then that would clearly help in persuading residents to travel by sustainable means.
But broadly, I think we agree 5 metres beside a motorway unacceptable, whereas 500 metres on a wide, safe footpath would not. That's what we're looking at with quality. So quality can have a material impact on the distance that someone can be expected to walk.
Yes, it can. Yes.
Yeah. So if we just start with distance, paragraph 4.5 of your proof, please.
Yes, I have that.
You cited Manual for Streets, identifies walkable neighbourhoods being characterised by having range of facilities within 10 minutes up to 800 metres, walking distance of residential area, which residents may access comfortably on foot.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
And the only facility within 800 metres is the hospital and doctor's surgery. That's 700 metres.
Yeah, and bus stops as well are within for the majority of residents. Yes.
Okay, we'll come on to buses in a moment. Sorry, apologies. Can we then please go to the CIHT guidance, which is CDI 4?
Yes.
Table 3.2,
Yes.
page 2. Oh, yes. CDI 4, and it's page 2. Table 3.2 gives desirable, acceptable, and preferred maximum distances, and you can see there that acceptable 400 metres to town centres, preferred maximum 800 metres to town centres.
Yes, I can see that. Table 3.2 is titled Suggested Acceptable Walking Distances, so it is a suggestion. It's not a sort of a hard line in the sand that if you're beyond that, it is unacceptable. It is merely a suggestion.
The planning for walking, now you deal with that at 4.4 of your proof, and you say planning for walking and planning for cycling suggests most people walk to a destination that's less than 1 mile, and cycling is potential mode of travel for all journeys under 5 miles. I just want to check if that's what it actually says, please. Can we go to CDI point 1? I know, CDI, apologies. CDI point 3, planning for walking.
Sorry, bear with me, it's taking a while.
Yeah, don't worry, mine's loading as well.
Almost there.
Me too.
Yeah, It's loaded now.
Great. So if we go to PDF page 4, please.
Yeah.
So this is what it actually says. Section 2.1. Across Britain, about 80% of journeys shorter than 1 mile are made wholly on foot, something that's changed little in 30 years. So that is what it says. And what that means, doesn't it, is that across all journeys of under a mile, 80% of those are made on foot. So that will include people doing 10-metre journeys right up to a mile.
Yes, it would include all journeys up to 1 mile. But I would also add to that paragraph 3 in section 2.1 refers to the main reason for the decline in pedestrian journeys is that fewer of the journeys they can make can be accomplished on foot.
Yeah.
And that the destinations people want to reach now further apart. That is not the case in Uckfield. There are significant numbers of facilities that are within distances, within that mile distance and beyond. I mean, the results of the National Travel Survey, which the figures in 2.1 seem to be based on, it's 82% of journeys under 1 mile, but still 23%, so a quarter of journeys between 1 and under 5 miles are. This is table 3 of my proof of evidence.
But what it doesn't say is what you say at 4.4 of your proof, is that most people will walk to a destination that's less than 1 mile. It doesn't say that, does it?
It doesn't explicitly state that, but then I state that this suggests that most people will walk to a destination that is under 1 mile. I do not say that every destination under 1 mile. It's just that the data within, or the commentary within Planning for Walking, is that most journeys under 1 mile are undertaken on foot. That figure isn't broken down any further.
No. So we don't know how many of those were tens of metres or...
We don't know
100
how many of
metres,
those are
no.
tens of metres, but we do know that a quarter of journeys over 1 mile and under 5 miles are still undertaken on foot.
The vast majority of the distances to facilities in the agreed table are right at the upper limit of 1 mile, aren't they? Or beyond.
Yes, there are. Yes, there are. There are some, particularly in the retail section, that are closer to the 1 kilometre mark. But yes, I would accept that by and large, the majority are at the upper end of that. Yes.
Yeah. And at that distance, and this is the point of the County Council, the quality of the route becomes a significant factor, doesn't it, as to whether walking is a realistic choice?
Yes, the quality of the route and the attractiveness of that route is clearly a consideration. Yes.
Yeah. Footpath widths. The designing for walking, you still got that open?
No, I think which one? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, CDI 21. Apologies, it's not the same. CIHT, designing for walking.
Yeah, I was just loading.
You haven't? Oh, it's on the inquiry website. CDI 21. Have you got it? Mr.
I've got
Dunbar?
I've got
You've
it on
got
the inquiry website. Yes, I don't believe I have a
Mum, do you have it?
hard copy.
Unfortunately not, no.
Ah,
I do have a hard copy with me, Mum. If you
that's kind. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it is. Yeah. We've also got hard copies. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. So could we go please to section 4.2?
Yes.
It's page 7.
Yes, I have that.
Yeah. So you can see on the second column, midway through the page, just above the bold bullet points, the following effective design widths, which are clear and generally unobstructed, are recommended, and it gives an absolute minimum of 1.8 meters.
Yes, that is what the document states, yes.
Yeah.
It also states that in the paragraph below, that it is not suggested that footways with widths less than 1.8 should never be provided, as it is clear that existing narrow footways do provide a level of pedestrian amenity. A 1.5 metre wide footway may be better than no footway at all.
And then, of course, it goes, there's a lower limit where the footway width is insufficient to accommodate normal walking activity and safety. This minimum will be dictated by site-specific criteria, including pedestrian flow and composition and vehicle flow and speed.
Yes.
See that?
Yes, yes, I do see that, yes.
We know that Framfield is a busy road, don't we?
Yes.
Manual for streets 1, if we could please take that up, CDI.1.
Yes.
And page 69, please. Six point 3.22. There's no maximum width for footways. In lightly used streets, the minimum unobstructed width for pedestrians should generally be 2 meters. Additional width should be considered between the footway and a heavily used carriageway or adjacent to gathering places such as schools and shops.
That is what that paragraph states,
Yeah.
yes.
And then further guidance on minimum footway widths given in inclusive mobility. Yeah.
Yes, which we considered
Yeah.
earlier.
We're going to go to now. Could we turn to inclusive mobility? CDI 16, please. Is that right?
CDI.
No, apologies, that's not right. CDI 8. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, yes. Opened.
Yeah. And it deals with width and height clearance at 4.2. First point, unlike comments made in Manual for Streets and the CIHT guidance, this document is not making any comment on what is likely to be an attractive walking route, is it?
No, it is commenting on footway widths.
Yeah, and disabled access. So, but it's not making a comment on what is likely to be, for example, represent a realistic choice of walking routes, is it?
No, it does not.
No. And what it says is, if we look 4.2, footways and footpaths should be made as wide as practical. Under normal circumstances, width of 2 meters is the minimum that should be provided. And then it says, if not feasible due to physical constraints, then a minimum width of 1.5 could be regarded as the minimum acceptable under most circumstances. And that's because that's about what's practically feasible, because it allows a wheelchair user and a walker to pass each other, correct?
Yes, it states a minimum width of 1.5 meters, yes.
Yeah, but it makes no comment, does it, about the comfort or attractiveness of that route?
It does not.
And then it says absolute minimum should be 1 meter, but the maximum length of such a restricted space should be 6 meters.
Yes, that's what it states, yes.
And I think you confirmed that in any event here, you've got a 1 meter length of road for 45, did you say 45 meters?
It's around 45 metres, yes, at the western end of Framfield Road. Footways on the northern side are wider,
Okay,
closer to 2 metres.
we'll come on to the northern side in a moment. Just in terms of, are you using this guidance to suggest to the inspector that people with mobility problems will realistically walk or use wheelchairs into the town centre? Is that your position?
The position is the opportunity exists for those users to use the footway network.
Well, let's just go to 4.3, please, on gradients.
Yes.
So, I mean, you can have a scan of that whole part, but the last full paragraph on that page says gradients steeper than 1 in 20 can be managed by some wheelchair users, but only over very short distances. For example, on a ramp between a bus entrance and pavement, even over these short distances, the maximum gradient should be no more than 1 in 10, and then 1 in 12, the absolute maximum. You've seen Mr. New's comment at page 4.11 of his proof. He says significant gradient at the western end, about 7% over 75 metres.
I haven't measured that. We don't have a topographical survey of that end of Framfield Road, so I've no way of verifying that or otherwise.
Okay, but gradient is going to be particularly relevant when the inspector considers whether it is realistic that people with mobility issues would use the footpath network.
Yes, it's something to consider. Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you please to turn up CDI 18, please?
Yes, it's the Uckfield local cycling.
Yeah.
Walking infrastructure.
East Sussex Cycling and Walking Strategy, June 2018, at Uckfield.
Yes,
Were you aware of this document when you wrote your proof?
I was aware of this document. Yes.
Sorry, have I got the right one? Yes, I've got the right one. But you don't mention it.
No, I don't make reference to it. I mean, it doesn't provide any information that I considered relevant within my evidence.
Right. Well, let's just see what it did. Page 3, introduction. Sustrans was commissioned by East Sussex County Council in March 2017 to support the development of a countrywide cycling and walking strategy. Our role is to lead on identifying new and improved walking and cycling routes and infrastructure that align with county council policies. See that?
I do, yes.
Yeah. And what it did, if you look at the last paragraph of the introduction, was to review all existing identified schemes and proposals in each of the towns. We then identified gaps in the network. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. If we go, please, to page 11, PDF page 11, it addresses Framfield Road.
Correct.
Yeah. And can you see, first, route description, busy connector road from Uckfield to towns in the east.
Yes.
And then if you look at existing conditions, busy connector road with residential commercial frontages along length, road holds between 5 and 10,000 vehicles a day, parking on some of the road. It says footways are narrow and crossed by driveways, no facilities to support cyclists, and 20 miles of speed limit with no traffic calming. See that?
I do see that.
Yeah. And then it deals with barriers to walking and cycling. So first, cyclists are required to mix high levels of traffic with no traffic calming or separated facility. And then it says footways are narrow in places leading to low levels of pedestrian comfort. See that?
I do.
It says lack of pedestrian crossings requires people travelling by foot to cross informally, leading to high risk of collision with vehicles and uncomfortable pedestrian environment.
I see that.
Yeah. And then it says high levels of traffic, gaps in traffic are limited, significant impact on those using mobility aids, as well as delays for pedestrians making journeys across the road. See that?
I see that.
And then side junctions cross footway, forming risk of collision with pedestrians. And it makes then a number of recommendations. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. So the recommendations it makes, option 1, remove on-street parking, install 3-metre wide shared use path on one side of the road. 2, traffic calming. 3, consider band movements.
Yes.
And then more recommendations about there. Can you please now turn to page 38?
Yes.
Here's the table of recommendations, and you can see it gives each of the recommendations made priorities. So high, medium, or low. And a high priority is said to be safety critical and essential to the overall quality of the route.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah. And can you see under Framfield Road, widened footway to shared route use is given high priority because it was viewed at the time that this was safety critical and essential to the quality of the route.
Yes, I see that.
So, not in the context of this appeal scheme, Sustrans have advised that the width of the footways are so inferior that it is safety critical and essential to the quality of the route that they should be widened.
Yes, that's the Sustrans' recommendation, yes.
Okay. You prepared the walking assessment, which is appended to the hearing statement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Could we just turn that up, please? CDC 2. That's a document that might take some time to load. The internet's on a bit of a go slow at the moment. Is yours loaded?
I'm about
Yeah.
just under half.
Mine too. Anyway, I'm going to be well within my time estimate. If it helps you.
Yes, CDC 2.
You got it right.
is fine.
You're just ahead of me. And if you go to PDF page 301.
301.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is the walking, cycling, horse riding assessment. Not referred to in your evidence, is it?
It is, no, it's not.
Mr. New went through this, and I think largely the details, it's for the inspector to see on site the quality of the route. But could I ask you please just to turn to, for example, figure paragraph 2.27, which is on page 315.
Yes.
Figure 6.
Yeah.
One of the issues that Mr. New pointed out yesterday was cars overhanging the footpath. That's a relevant issue for the inspector to consider when she considers the quality and attractiveness of the walking route, isn't it?
Yeah, in as much as it potentially causes an obstruction to the users of the network, yeah.
And also the potential for cars to come in and out of their driveways whilst people are using the footpath.
Yes, I mean, cars driving into or out of their access should be aware and look whether there is anyone on the footway.
Okay, but again, it's a relevant consideration, isn't it, when looking at the quality of the route?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to leave it to the inspector possibly to go out with a tape measure, but Mr. New said that he's measured the route and in the vast majority of it is 1.5 metres wide. Do you remember that?
That was what Mr. New advocated, yes.
And you say 1.5 to 1.8. We're going to have to leave that to the inspector, aren't we?
Yes, although, yes, I mean, residents won't go out with the tape measure and measure that route and refuse to walk it because it isn't 2 meters wide.
No, they will make a judgment, won't they, based on width, based on, for example, cars over in the carriageway, based on the busyness of Framfield Road, based on the preponderance of cars coming in and out of their driveways, etc. All of that will be taken into account by a person deciding whether or not to walk into town, correct?
Yes, that was a consideration alongside distances, alongside the facilities at the end of that route. Yes.
Right. And then the inspector can look at these photographs and can visit the site. I'm not going to go through those with you. You've mentioned the 45-meter area where the footpath goes down to 1 meter. Yeah.
Yes.
And I just want to be clear, please. Now, we know that Mr. New has said yesterday that he thought that the zebra crossing could be delivered.
Yes, he did. Yes.
But you remember he raised some issues with it and said it wouldn't make a difference. So I just want to have a look at that point with you, please.
Okay.
So could you go to your Appendix 35, which I think was the plan you were looking at earlier with the inspector?
35.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which drawing was?
5330/018 Rev J.
Yes.
And again, we might have to just ask the inspector to note this on site, but if you've got a resident coming from the appeal site on the southern side of Framfield Road into Upfield, so travelling west,
Yeah.
you say they hit the zebra crossing before they reach the 1 metre wide footpath. I think that's the evidence.
Yes, before they meet
Yeah.
the 1 meter wide section at the western end.
And we agree. When they cross the zebra crossing, they are delivered, aren't they, into a lay-by of the Alma Arms pub.
There's a short distance to the west of that crossing. There is the lay-by.
The lay-by, and then the Alma Arms pub takes up the whole of the footway. So actually, there is no footway to the northwest of the zebra crossing.
Well, this was a point that was raised yesterday by Mr. New when giving his evidence.
But is it right or wrong? Because I need to understand if that's a dispute.
There is Mr. New has raised a potential concern with regards to that lay-by. I mean, he also acknowledged that any issues identified with the zebra, which must include the issue that he raised yesterday, can be dealt with at the detailed design stage.
That's to do with deliverability. But in terms of your zebra crossing being a solution for the 1 metre footpath, your solution is to deliver pedestrians to an area with no footpath. I mean, that's just correct, isn't it?
Yes, there is a lay-by at that location.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it can't. So the zebra crossing can't be the solution to the 1 metre footpath because you're delivering people into an area with no footpath.
This issue was raised yesterday, and Mr. New acknowledged that any currently outstanding issues with the zebra crossing can be dealt with at the detailed design stage. There remain footways on both sides of the road. If residents choose to cross in this location, they are free to do so.
Yeah, but again, issue of deliverability is different from whether it actually makes a difference to the sustainability of the route. And I think we can agree that there's nothing very useful about delivering residents into an area with no footpath, i.e. where they would, if they were travelling west, they would have to go into the carriageway.
They would pass through the lay-by. Yes, I don't know.
And
we
round
haven't
the
got
Alma,
figures.
round the Alma Arms pub, which is directly borders the road. There is no footway in front of the Alma Arms pub. That's correct, isn't there?
There is no footway in front of the Alma Arms pub, but there is no. I cannot say at the moment whether there is any, whether the issue raised cannot be dealt with at the detailed design stage, as Mr. New alluded to. I mean, we haven't got occupancy figures for that lay-by. There is the potential that could be addressed at the detailed design stage.
Oh. Again, the inspector can look at it on site as to whether
Yes,
that's going
yes.
to be useful or not. Okay. What else you're offering? I'm going to come on to buses in a moment, but in terms of tactile paving at some crossings, that's not going to deal with the fundamental issues here, is it, of the inappropriate widths and the obviously low levels of comfort using the walking route into Uckfield, is it?
No, it's correct to say that the installation of tactile paving does not widen the footway. It is a subjective assessment as to whether or not that route is attractive. Not my view is that it is attractive, or certainly not unattractive enough that it would put off residents from using it. It is bordered by a large number of existing properties, and from my frequent site visits, the footway network is used at the moment. So there is the opportunity for future residents to travel by that means.
Right, isn't it, that parking in the centre of Uckfield is free?
I'm not aware of all the parking regimes within Uckfield.
No, but a resident can park their car in a district council car park for free, can't they?
Again, I don't know the
You don't know.
specifics of the boards. Have to take that as read.
Okay.
I don't know the specifics of that.
The reality is that if a resident has access to a car, they're going, in light of what is clearly a substandard quality of walking route, they're clearly going to use it in order to access the centre of Uckfield, aren't they?
Well, the issue of whether this route is attractive and the quality is subjective. The council has their view. I disagree. We cannot force future residents into a mode of travel. The requirement is to provide an opportunity for sustainable means of travel, which I believe that we meet. And as I alluded to and stated in my evidence in chief, even in the event that residents do decide to drive, such a trip would be short in terms of distance and in terms of time, which has a benefit to the wider highway network and environmentally.
The policy test is a realistic choice, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to leave that to the inspector as to whether the quality really does deliver that. Cyclists. We know that the AADT for Framfield Road is around 6,000 vehicles a day. If the appeal site traffic were added.
Yes, based on the 2019
Yep.
surveys, but we know that flows as recorded by the authority in 2013 is slightly below that.
Okay.
2023, sorry.
Okay. Well, earlier we agreed around 6,000. Okay. Have you got LTN 120, please, which is CDI 22? Given people didn't have CDI 21, it may be we don't have CDI 22. I'll just ask. Mum, have you got CDI 22?
I don't
No.
know.
Okay. Yeah. Is this just one?
I have an electronic version, yes.
Can we go, please, to figure 4.1? which, apologies, I'll just find it. Thank you. You see that figure 4.1 is entitled Appropriate Protection from Motor Traffic on Highways.
Yeah, I see that.
And what it gives is a colour key.
Yeah, I might have a problem here.
Oh, you have got a colour. Right. In fact, actually, it's in Mr. Newsproof. Have you got a colour copy of Mr. Newsproof? Yeah. But I don't know if the
I'm
inspector.
using that.
No. Page 21 of Mr. Newsproof.
It's probably my fault. I didn't update my core documents when they came in late. I think these came in quite late. It's all a bit hectic at the end. But you're saying it's in Mr.
Yes, it's the same figure as in Mr. Newsproof. It's figure 4.1 at page 21.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah. And you see that there's a colour key. So green is provision suitable for most people. Orange is provision not suitable for all people, excludes some potential users or have safety concerns. And then pink is suitable for few people and will exclude most potential users and or have safety concerns. You see that?
I see that.
Yeah. So Framfield Road in the vicinity to the west of the pedestrian cycle access is the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And can you see there, if you've got 30-mile-an-hour speed limit with, let's say, between 4,000 and 6,000 motor traffic flow and mixed traffic, we're into the pink, aren't we?
Yes.
So on the basis of this document, the provision of Framfield Road is suitable for few people and will exclude most potential users and or have safety concerns.
Based on this table, yes, that is
Yeah.
correct, yes. If I can add, this is an appeal decision, CDK 5, which is appeal decision Old Nursery House in Framfield, so east of our site. Particularly with reference to the paragraph 10 of that of the decision letter there. The inspector considers that Uckfield would be from the site in Framfield. So,
Where are you? Sorry, what's
sorry,
the core-
this is paragraph 10.
No, which core document is it?
CDK 5, Old Nursery House, Street, Framfield.
Which paragraph? Sorry.
Paragraph 10. But the inspector acknowledges for that site in Framfield that trips by cycling could be undertaken by residents of that site along the same road, along the B2102 for its entirety, and along Framfield Road. And yes, I acknowledge that it is the inspector makes a similar conclusion that it's maybe possibly not suitable for all but the confident cyclists, but nevertheless that route has previously been considered in terms of cycle access as not a material reason to refuse planning permission.
Well, hang on. The inspector in any appeal decision is going to look at all factors in the round, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, and that will include pedestrian, cycle, maybe horse, but not here, certainly. And so here, in that appeal decision, for example, the paragraph above the one you've been talking about, at the end of that paragraph 9, there was a proposal to include provision to improve footpaths, footway connections in the vicinity of the site to help encourage and support pedestrian accessibility. And we don't know, you're not asking the inspector to compare quality of route there and quality of route here, or are you?
No, I'm not asking the inspector that, but we are
Right.
introducing improvements to the route along Cranfield Road to improve the route for pedestrians.
Bus, please. I think the walking distance to the bus stops ranges between about 400 and 900 metres within the site.
Yes.
And your financial contribution is to continue the existing provision for 3 years.
Yes, it is. It is a contribution that has been agreed with the Highway Authority. Yes, for 3 years, triggered from first occupation of the development. Yeah.
So you're not supporting the service beyond the 3 years.
No, that is not the contribution that has been agreed with the Highway Authority.
Yeah. So
This is their view as this is clearly fit for purpose, and it would be unreasonable to fund a service in perpetuity.
well, you were, in terms of betterment, which is what Mr. New was asked yesterday, even if there is a betterment in continuing existing services, that will only last for 3 years, won't it?
Well, it's not quite as black and black and white in that. If I refer to paragraph 4.28 of my proof, page 26, the service is funded by UK government until April 2026. After this period, they may not, so it's may not, will not, may not be sustained unless alternative funding is secured. I mean, no one can say what the landscape will be in 3 years' time. The development will provide a contribution, the contribution requested by the Highway Authority and Passenger Transport.
And then you've got the summary of the Route 29A at your table 6,
Yes,
and you give the hourly service broadly Monday to Friday, and then you've got Saturday and Sunday there.
yes,
The reality is that if a person has access to a car, then they're not going to walk between half and 1 kilometre to wait for an hourly bus service towards, say, Heathfield or towards Brighton, are they?
Well, I disagree. The opportunity is provided for residents to travel by bus, and this is a vastly superior bus service than a lot of sites would be reliant upon. There is, and I believe Mr. White in his evidence gave some census data. I can't remember the figures, but it was on car ownership. Not everyone does have access to a car. But nevertheless, the opportunity is provided for people to travel by those means, whether it is to the ultimate destinations as sort of listed in the top row of that table, or whether it's forming part of a linked trip to the railway station, for example, or to the bus station for onward travel. There is the opportunity there for residents to travel if they so wish.
All right. Well, we have the divergent views, and it's the view of the county council and the district council that future residents will remain highly reliant on the private car. You rely on an appeal decision, land west of Loxwood Road, in your proof. remember
Yes,
that?
this the poll gates.
K.25.
Oh,
I'll fold. Paragraph 4.10 of your proof.
4.10.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, first, I think we agree that every decision is going to be taken on its own merits, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. The proposal here was for 99 units with no strategic sang.
Yes, correct.
Its location was a third-tier rural village which could not match sustainability credentials of other towns.
Correct.
Paris 2234. There was a better than average bus service with bus stops right outside of the appeal site, and the appeal scheme would provide 5 years of bus services equal to, and which amounted to 10 years continuous provision. You aware of that?
Yes.
Paragraph 35. There was nothing unsafe about cycling. Paragraph 37.
No.
And various improvements were made to bus stops, footways, pedestrian crossings, 42, 43.
Yeah.
And there was no objection from the Highway Authority and considered that a 6% modal shift was possible.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, short point, very different circumstances from the appeal side.
Yes, as we agreed, sites should be taken on their own merits.
All right. Thank you. I believe those are my questions. Thank you.
Did you want to re-examine at this stage at all? Or would you rather wait? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Should we take a break for lunch? Does that suit you, Miss Cook?
I'm entirely relaxed. If that's what you'd like to do, Mum, I'll do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to. I'd like a comfort break, but I'm happy to
Yeah,
continue
yeah.
and have lunch. I mean, I'm up
Yeah.
to you, Mum. Whatever
I
your
think we
preference
might
would be.
as well merge a comfort break into lunch, and then we can come back for the final cross-examination after. By yourself, is that all right?
That's fine. I think it's probably disappointing for Mr. Twinborough, but there we go.
That's something to look
You'll
forward
just
to
have
after lunch,
keep-
isn't it?
That's generous of you.
Okay, so let's come back at 1:15 then. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. When you're ready then, Miss Kick, if you want to cross-examine.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Twinbarrow.
Good afternoon.
Can we just begin, please, with some what I would call basics? This is an outline application, but means of access is up for determination now, isn't it?
Yes, that is correct.
And means of access is defined, isn't it, as including means of access to and within the site in respect of vehicles, pedestrians, and cyclists.
Yes, means of access refers to all users. Yes.
So, at the outset of the inquiry, I understood that your case to be that all the inspector needed to do was effectively approve revision P. Is that still your position?
Well, the inspector has now asked for a plan showing the pedestrian and cycle access to the site, which we provided this morning.
Because just as a matter of fact, revision P is making no provision, is it, for any pedestrian or cycle use?
Well, it's not making any provision specifically for pedestrians, but in terms of cyclists, I consider that the access does provide suitable provision for cyclists. We do have a separate pedestrian and cycle access also, but there's no reason why the site access cannot also accommodate cycle movement.
So, again, I just want to understand. So, are you anticipating, therefore, inviting the inspector, if she were minded to grant you a permission, are you anticipating inviting the inspector to formally approve 045, the plan that was introduced today, whether it's today's version or perhaps tomorrow's version? Are you envisaging inviting the inspector to approve that as part of the...
My understanding was the
drawings?
inspector wanted that to approve as it relates to access.
specifically pedestrian and cycle access?
The plan presented to the inspector this morning does show pedestrian and cycle access, yes.
So if the inspector takes the view that means of access means vehicles, pedestrians and cyclists, the plan that you're inviting her to approve is 045 in terms of additional pedestrian and cycle link access, putting it as neutrally as possible.
Yes,
Yes.
that isn't the only plan that shows.
Yes, it's not a trick
Pedestrian,
question. It's not
no.
a... Don't worry. I appreciate what I think you're saying in relation to the access, but I am going to ask you some more questions, please, in relation to that. Can we just start, please, by looking at your transport assessment, which is at CDA.15. And I wonder if we can just look at PDF 4, which is the contents page.
Yeah.
Yes, it's CDA.15. And we're just on the contents page, which is PDF 4. And we can see that in the beginning, you had a 44-page transport assessment, albeit you had oodles of pages of appendices, hence we got to 543 in the PDF.
Yes.
It's always the way. But it was, if we just look a little bit further into the existing site and local highway network, so that's your section 3, which begins on page 12. It's quite a short little section. I invite you just to cast your eye over those pages quickly. ask if you'd be so kind.
Yeah.
You didn't present. Sorry. Tell me when you're ready.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, I'm at that section, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Twinborough. You didn't present, did you, at that stage, any evidence about the existing access, whether it be its dimensions, its inadequacies, swept paths? It was no part of section 3 of that transport assessment to provide an assessment of the existing access, was it?
No,
Can
we
we
did
agree?
not. We did not prepare
No.
any plan or particulars to show existing radii or anything related to the existing access. No, that's correct.
No. And in fairness to you, it was no part of your transport assessment to suggest that you were promoting a substandard access, but one which was nevertheless better than the already substandard access.
No, that wasn't our
No.
argument. No.
Indeed. Nor was it your argument when you got to the hearing statement, which is CDC.2. You want to just have a little look at that? Remind yourself.
Apologies, it's taking a while to load.
It's your 14-page hearing statement. Whilst that's loading, I mean, the basically the questions are along the same lines. Again, you weren't presenting any evidence about the existing deficiencies, let alone suggesting that the justification for your new access was somehow the substandard existing access. That's the
No,
the
nor are
theme
we
of-
presenting that argument in my proof of evidence.
Well, you're anticipating where I'm going, Mr. Twinborough.
Apologies.
Let's just look at what you do say in section 3 of your proof of evidence, because you start by describing the existing highway conditions, and you introduce, don't you, a range of new evidence designed to highlight what you say are the characteristics, putting it as neutrally as possible, the characteristics of the existing access.
Yes, correct.
And ultimately, your conclusion is that notwithstanding that, at 340, the local highway network is demonstrably safe.
Yes, when it's taken taken the collision record into account, there is no data within the personal injury record that would indicate that the existing highway network is unsafe.
Thank you. And when you are describing the existing access, you tell us both in 3.16, page 11, that you have observed articulated lorry movements on the site, don't you?
Yes, very limited numbers and infrequently, but yes, I do. They have been observed.
And you tell us that again at 3.22. Specifically, you're addressing there again, you're including articulated vehicles, and again you tell us there that you've observed them.
Yes.
And as I understand it, you accept that there, in the future, the landowner and the existing businesses there, there is not going to be any legal restriction in the 106 preventing the use of articulated vehicles going forward, is there?
Yes, that is my understanding, that there is no...
No one's offering to give them up.
That is my understanding, yes.
Yeah. And again, just in terms of objective analysis, one of the things you could have done would be to take the commercial floor space and to present some evidence by reference to the TRICS database of the sorts of traffic that might be generated from that quantum of commercial floor space.
Yes.
But you haven't done that, have you?
In my transport assessment addendum, we have looked at it as we have done a TRICS analysis of the existing floor areas to inform the capacity analysis undertaken at that time.
But you haven't actually presented any evidence of the amount of commercial traffic that might be generated by reference to the TRICS database in your evidence.
Not in my proof of evidence. No, I have not. But that,
As I understand it, you're relying on your August survey.
we are, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
what's been cross-examined on.
Yes, correct.
And I'm going to come on to that in a few moments. Can we just want to be clear about the combined footway cycle path and whether the cycle provision is one way or two way. And I'd like to just go back first of all to your hearing statement and paragraphs 2.50 and 2.51 of that hearing statement. So this is CDC.2, and your evidence begins on PDF page 217 of 1586.
Yes, I'd have that.
And I'm inviting you to go back, to turn to 250, 251 and 252.
Yes, I have that.
And you were saying in 252 that it was not necessary for the cycle lane that you are providing to be two-way, weren't you?
Yes, that is correct.
And you were saying that in the face of concerns that had been raised by the Highway Authority about the dangers of a two-way cycleway of 3 meters width. And you in particular highlighted two issues, the first and last bullet points in your paragraph 250. Yes?
I wouldn't phrase it as dangers, but it's potential problems set out in the Department of Transport Local Transport Note 1 of 20.
Well, to use your words, given the possible problems,
Yes.
it's not necessary, just going to the bottom of that paragraph 2. It's not necessary to have the two-way cycle lane in order to ensure safe access. Because
Yes.
your point was people could cycle up the hill and go in through the main access.
Yes, or alternatively, as I've set out at paragraph 4.36 of my proof, there is the option of cyclists using the right turn lane, or simply crossing the road at the hospital access and then pushing their bike along the shared footway cycleway until they get into the site.
Well, indeed, let's just turn to 4.36. Because it seems to me that in the first sentence in 4.36, you are returning to the prospect of cyclists cycling from Uckfield into the site via the NMU. Access for cyclists to and from the appeal scheme will be achieved either via the NMU, non-motorised users access, or the main access site. So just as a matter of fact, you are contemplating in that first part of the sentence, aren't you? the very thing that you were suggesting would have possible problems in your hearing statement?
No, I disagree. The cyclist is travelling east into our site, and its cyclist has cycled from Uckfield towards the site and then walks for 100 or so metres and then cycles into the site. For the purposes of this paragraph, I've assumed that to still consider a cyclist.
I'm still I'm confused. Is it your intention that the non-motorised users access, terrible jargon, but I understand it, is it your proposal that that be a two-way cycle route? Yes or no?
No.
Thank you. And is the reason for that the issues that you've identified in your hearing statement?
Yes, there are.
Thank you.
Yes.
And so that means then, doesn't it, that cyclists either, as I understand it, dismount and push their bike, which is what you're suggesting in the second sentence in 4.36 of your main proof of evidence,
Yes, correct.
or you cycle up the hill
Yes, correct.
and into all the issues that the inquiry has already heard about.
Yes, into the, yes.
Right, well, that shortens things a little bit. However, as a matter of fact, 045 doesn't spell that out. Plan 045 doesn't spell it out, does it? It simply refers to this 3 metre wide shared footway cycleway. It doesn't actually identify clearly that that would simply be for cyclists exiting, not entering.
No, I mean, I wouldn't expect to provide paragraphs of description as to the drawing shows what it shows, and that's what the title of the drawing expresses.
Next, bearing in mind some of the a lot of
Sorry,
Que-
Ms. Cook.
yeah.
Do you mind just elaborating for me what you mean by two-way? I mean, I think I get it, obviously, but I just want to be sure the point that you're making.
The point that I'm making, Ma'am, is that the plan could be labelled clearly so as to indicate that the proposed cycle link is a westbound link only, and it's not an eastbound link. And in fact, that there ought to be a additional sign up indicating cyclists should dismount. You
Yes,
need
I mean-
you need a combination of those things to be on that plan for it to be clear.
Yes, I mean, details of signage, particularly, I mean, at the detailed design stage, 278 stage, that all of these off-site works would go through, would be subject to a stage 2 road safety audit, where these sorts of matters would be picked up and addressed. But I mean, as Mr. Tabachnik alluded to earlier, we don't want this plan to become a sort of a controversial issue, so we can assist where appropriate.
Thank you. Let's just, I would like to ask a few questions, if I may, please, about this the 278 process. And the relationship between the 278 process and the grant of an outline permission with means of access that is to be approved.
Yeah.
Because In the usual way, where means of access is up for determination, one would expect a planning condition clearly identifying and requiring the access for vehicles, cyclists and pedestrians in accordance with an identified plan. That is the conventional way, isn't it, of controlling access at the outline stage.
Yes, which I understand to be the reason why.
And
you
you would
expect
you'd expect the 278 process, which follows, to be consistent with the grant of the permission, wouldn't you?
There are always changes and alterations that there is
Can you,
flexibility.
can you give
in
me a
that.
yes or no, please? You would expect the 278 process to be consistent with the grant of the outline permission.
Broadly, yes.
Thank you. And if it were not, if one was to actually agree a 278 design which is inconsistent with the planning permission, you would then need to go back and change your planning permission, wouldn't you?
Well, strictly speaking, you don't require planning permission to enter into a 278 agreement.
That wasn't my question, was it?
No, the materials, yes, broadly speaking, yes. What's agreed at planning stage is then what is advanced at the detailed 278 stage. Yeah.
So it's for this inspector now to be satisfied as to the adequacy of means of access,
yeah, of
vehicles,
course, yes.
pedestrians and cyclists.
Of course, yes.
Now, you were taken to the MPPF, paragraph 111, this morning in the context of safe access. And you were asked a question along the lines of, if the inspector considers the access to be unsafe, she should refuse, and you agreed.
Of course, yes.
There are two parts, aren't there, to 111. And the second part is this issue of residual cumulative impacts on the road network.
Yes, and whether or not they are severe.
Now, I just want to, if I may, deal with that with you. And again, in your evidence, this is tables 11 and 12 of your proof of evidence.
Yes, I have that.
So that's on page 42, but you start the topic of traffic impact on page 41.
Yes.
And again, I just want to take a moment or two, please, to trace how things, the journey you've been on, so to speak, in relation to this topic of traffic impact.
Yep.
And I'd like to start by going back to the transport assessment, which is document 15 in the Series A. So CDA doc 15,
Yes.
PDF page 36. You might want to start it at 34, which is just the heading traffic generation, to give you some context. It's
Yes.
section 6 of this transport assessment, in which you were assessing the impact. And there we have a table which refers to the trip generation rates. And that's table 7.
Yep.
And that gets us to the 1284. We should note, shouldn't we, that excludes any assessment of the traffic that would be generated by the sound, the use of the sounds. Yes? Land?
Yes.
There's a 30 there's a car park for 30 cars as part of this application, isn't there?
Yes.
So whenever we talk about traffic generation, can we agree that the traffic generated by the SANG is omitted from any of your figures?
Yes, it has been.
You've not made any assessment of that?
No.
No. So your figures are bare minimums at the very best. Must follow, mustn't it?
Yes. Well,
Yes.
just to qualify that, the assessments that we have done are peak hour assessments. Any traffic associated with the SANG, in my view, would be generally outside of the peak hour periods, therefore would make up of a minimal impact and result in an additional, minimal additional movements. during
You
those peak
don't
hours.
think people might get in their cars and go to the SANG to walk their dog early in the morning or late after work? Let's not get distracted by that.
No,
My main
that
point
would
is
be
my
outside
main
of
point.
the peak hour periods. So
I-
if you're considering outside after work, that would be outside of the period
Yeah.
that we have assessed.
Since you haven't done an assessment, Mr. Twinborough, I can't really ask you questions about something that you haven't considered. So let's just move on, please. If we go to move on to Appendix 7. So now I'm going to have to this is page, let me just wait one moment because perhaps I'm just going to be repeating some of the stuff which has already been covered off. Yes, I am. So I don't want to be doing that. I want to just come back, please, to what I understood your position to be in relation to. So at the time of the transport assessment, in terms of junction capacity.
Yes.
Page 40, this is PDF 40.
Yes.
You were looking there at the year 2027, which you described as the base year, table 10.
Yeah, future base here, yes.
Yep. And you were looking at committed development.
Yes.
In other words, schemes that already had planning permission.
Yeah, or were under construction or had a realistic prospect going forward, yes.
And you were looking at the town centre junctions.
Yes.
There's a little heading, isn't there? Bottom of page 40, again, PDF 40, paragraph 7.8.
Yes.
And then we have a table which, table 12, is the future design year and committed developments and the proposed developments.
Yes.
So we go from 2027 base and committed to 2027 committed and proposed developments.
Yes.
And as I understand your thesis, as it were, at that stage, you were suggesting that that the capacity of the town centre junctions in the context of the future would be exceeded.
Yes, without the introduction of development traffic, Yeah, not on all arms during all peak hour periods, but yes, as this is set out in table 11 of my transport assessment PDF page 40.
We're going to come to that. We're going to come to
Okay.
that. Before we come to that, I want you please to just help me with where you got to on your hearing statement in relation to this, because in your hearing statement, and we're back in CDC.2, and that long document, which is 1,586 PDF pages. Can you go to PDF page 255?
Yeah.
Because the story in your hearing statement was you were referring there to modelling that had been undertaken in the context of the local plan. You were looking at the local plan evidence base. And in fact, you were suggesting, here you start looking to 2039, and you basically suggest, in paragraph 17 of your hearing statement, ultimately, that the introduction of Bird in the Eye South would cause no material impact.
Yes, these are two separate assessments
Yes.
that were undertaken.
But you took a different stance, didn't you? By the time you got to your hearing, you were suggesting for the first time that actually the introduction of the Bird in the Eye South would cause no material impact.
That was a conclusion reached using different data, so it's
Yes.
not directly comparable to the conclusions
No.
drawn in my TA or in my proof of evidence.
No, you were simply saying, look at the local plan evidence base compared to what the local plan evidence base is projecting in 2039. What Bird in the Eye South has to contribute is immaterial. That was basically your argument.
The developers from those sites listing the paragraph 2 or page 255 is the second page into a cumulative impact assessment that was undertaken by ourselves, the promoters of Bird in Eye North, Horsted Pond Farm and Downlands Farm. It involved a statement of common ground being prepared between each developer party and the results of a Saturn model that was provided to us by East Sussex County Council as the highway authority, and an assessment of the town centre junctions was undertaken using those traffic figures.
But the simple point is, you changed your position as between your transport assessment and your hearing statement, and now there's another change, isn't there? Because now you are saying clearly to the inspector, and as I understand it, we accept now that Bird in the Eye South will have an impact on the already congested town centre junctions, and the answer to that, you're saying to the inspector, is the circa £100,000 contribution. That's what you're saying now, isn't it?
That is correct, but we're not comparing apples with apples with the traffic flow. It's two separate assessments undertaken. And I might add, the Saturn assessment was at the request of the highway authority.
Let's look at what the inspector is faced with now, please.
Certainly, be happy to.
So, page 42, the inspector has two tables. The first table is looking again at the projected traffic at 2027 and committed development.
Yes, table 11, yes.
We don't then have a table, do we, which simply shows base year, committed development, and 290.
Well, that is the base traffic growth to 2027 plus committed development plus 290 is what's presented in table 12.
No, that's 290 and improvements. I want the step before. Where's the inspector got the step before? Where's the table that shows 2027 base year and committed development and 290 plus Sang. Where's that
That isn't
presented?
that is not presented
No.
because the development proposes improvements to the junction, to those junctions.
But it's standard practice, isn't it, to consider from your client's point of view what the impact of the 290 and Sang generated traffic would be in order to advise your clients whether in fact they need to make any contribution.
Well, we have
Done that exercise.
We have considered the impact without improvements.
But you don't
Hence-
present that, do you, here?
It's not presented in these tables. No.
And I hope I haven't missed it. I mean, I have tried my very best to look at the enormous number of appendices that you have produced, but I don't detect anywhere an assessment which shows me what will happen to those junctions in a bird in the eye south world.
Not without the
No.
improvements. No.
How can your clients know that this £100,000 is necessary without that evidence? How can the inspector know whether the £100 is necessary without that evidence?
Because the table 11, which doesn't have us, the degrees of saturation and the capacities of those junctions are approaching sort of the figures that would be generally taken to be the maximum acceptable. So you add development traffic to that, clearly extends beyond that, hence the proposed improvements to mitigate that impact.
So just to be clear, you're referring in that answer, are you, to the percentages in the AM and peak hour, the degree of saturation percentages which are approaching and exceeding 90%? Those are the arms, do you say, from your table 11, which clearly show that the town centre can't take bird in the eye south unmitigated. Is that your answer?
Yes.
Thank you. So we're absolutely clear then, without mitigation, you accept that there would be severe residual cumulative impacts on the town centre traffic.
I would go as far as to say there will be an impact. Hence the reason why we've agreed the package of measures that we have to accommodate the development traffic.
There'll be a severe impact, bearing in mind that the degrees of saturation will exceed 90%, won't they?
Whilst the degrees of saturation exceed 90%, I don't agree that that would result in a severe impact.
The trouble is you haven't actually presented the table to show the inspector what the precise percentages would be. You haven't faced up to the 90 plus degrees of saturation, have you?
We haven't presented that information, no, but we've undertaken the work to demonstrate that these improvements are necessary and agreed a suitable contribution with the Highway Authority to fund them.
As I understand it, your fix for this, your professional fix for this, was to link two of the signals together by the introduction of something called Mover.
Yes, a system that would link to enable both junction and all arms to essentially talk to one another and distribute green time at the signals accordingly to maximise capacity.
But that's not the county council's approach, is it? The county council have not agreed that that is the appropriate solution here, have they?
Well, we've agreed a contribution.
Now, answer my question. The county council have not agreed that the Mover the introduction of mover on 2 junctions is the appropriate solution.
The county council in their request for the contribution have looked beyond the 2 junctions. Yes, they consider a wider area.
It would be really helpful if you answered my question. The county council have not approved a mover scheme based on 2 junctions, which is your mover scheme. They haven't, have
No
they?
such scheme has been approved.
Thank you.
No.
And when you say in 5.73 that the figure of 100,000 reflects a carefully worked out assessment, it's not a carefully worked out assessment by you, is it? It's your evidence is that it's a carefully worked out assessment by the Highway Authority.
Yes.
Yes. So you're not seeking to justify the £100,000 contribution by reference to your mover scheme.
No, we're not.
No, thank you. Can you take up Appendix 34?
Yes.
So this is an email that you received on the 13th of July from the County Council. And this email provides, I'm just going to invite you to turn to the very end of it. We'll look at it. At the very end of it, that last sentence
Yes.
says the overall ballpark cost, depending on the number of TROs or other engineered requirements, would be around £100,000 and ongoing maintenance.
Yes, I see that.
So it's whatever else it is, it's a ballpark figure.
It's the ballpark figure that has, in the preceding paragraphs, listed the details of the scheme, including surveys that would need to be undertaken. Now, clearly, at this stage, free quotes 4 surveys have not been undertaken, but this is sort of an educated.
Ballpark costs. I mean, let's look at this. Based on discussions with the signals team at East Sussex Highways, I'm reading the
Yes, I see,
emboldened
yes.
words. As it stands, there has not been a scheme fully drawn up for the town centre, as this would involve extensive surveys of the pedestrian network to include assessments of junction operation, use of highway network, pedestrian crossing demands and safety risks. So, just as a matter of fact, there is no designed or costed scheme.
There is no design scheme, but there is a cost associated with it.
There's some ballpark figures for surveys, signal equipment and technology.
Yes, there are figures presented by the Highway Authority as to the level of contribution they would require in order to undertake all of the surveys, the design, the installation of equipment at the areas identified. This is the figure provided by the Highway Authority as an appropriate amount to obtain from the appellant in order to fund these works.
Yes, I've no doubt the Highways Authority, you asked them to provide a figure and they've done their best to provide the figure. That's a fair summary, isn't it?
Yes.
You asked them to provide the figure and they've done their best to provide it. But it doesn't equate to a costed, unidentified scheme, does it?
It doesn't equate to an identified scheme because the first paragraph you were quoting said there has been no scheme fully drawn up, but it is costs are provided for the level of work the Highway Authority deem necessary.
Right, well, just to be crystal clear, I'm going to be suggesting that this contribution is not SIL compliant for the reasons I've advanced in cross-examination, and the inspector will be, no doubt, considering that if she gets that far in her decision letter. So let's move on, please, if I may, to some other points. surveys. Is August a neutral month?
Generally speaking, no.
Is July a neutral month?
Outside of school holidays, yes, I'd consider there to be no immediate problem with surveys in July.
I think, unfortunately, we're going to have to dig into, please, CD 1.15. And I think in view of that answer, we do need to actually get out CD 1.15. CDI, sorry, yes. That's not very helpful. Not me. No, 15, it's not that. Hang on a second, we've got the wrong. CDI.15. Sorry, I'm slightly obsessed with CDA.15.
Sorry, what was the reference we're looking at?
We're looking at transport evidence bases in plan making and decision taking.
Yeah.
Looks like that. Government
Yes, I have that.
guidance. And I wanted to take you to, please, paragraph 007.
Yeah.
And it's very clear there, isn't it, in the second paragraph, that transport data needs to reflect typical brackets neutral conditions. And neutral conditions are the recommended periods are described as neutral months, aren't they?
Yes.
And those neutral months, as a matter of fact, do not include July or August.
The recommendations, as they are stated, do not include July or August, but transport data should be included reflects the typical neutral flow conditions. My view, and the view shared by the Highway Authority, is that the surveys are representative of a neutral typical period.
Let's just break that down a little. First of all, in terms of traffic surveys. So again, this all goes to the tables that we've been looking at. But in terms of traffic surveys, you did your traffic survey in July 2019.
We did two sets of surveys in July 2019. We did an automatic traffic counter either side of the site access, and we did turning count movements within the two town centre junctions in 2019, yes.
You were asked to provide data in neutral months, and you ended up going back in October, November 2020, which is when you provided your second set of survey data, as I understand it.
Yes, that is correct.
And unfortunately, that was in the first lockdown. So that's not representative either, is it?
I disagree. I consider it to be representative, and the Highway Authority take that view. It is their network. They know what is or isn't representative. It is. I cannot remember what were the restrictions during that period, but the flows were very similar to those recorded in 2019.
Well, that just brings us back to the problem with 2019. But do you take the point? Perhaps you don't take the point. Do you take the point that subsequent government, Mr. White refers to this in his evidence, subsequent information has revealed that traffic flows in lockdown were, I think he says, 11% under for the week that you were doing your surveys?
I don't have the data to corroborate that or otherwise.
This is the 11% is at 3.24 of Mr. White's evidence. So can we at least agree that you are not producing anything to counter the evidence at 3.24 of Mr. White's proof? And I can just make submissions on that.
Not directly in
you.
relation to paragraph 3.24, but I present in my proof of evidence the results of a traffic survey undertaken by the Highway Authority in July 2023, which shows significantly fewer movements during the peak hour periods and across the day, which would reflect current working practices, which are different to pre-COVID. There's a lot more people working from home, a lot more flexible working.
Thank you. I don't understand you to be disputing at all the car ownership levels in 615 of Mr. White's evidence. 13.4% of households locally no cars, 38.6% have access to one car. No issue between us about that, is there?
I don't dispute that. I have not
you.
presenting any evidence on that basis.
Super. Buses, you were asked some questions about buses earlier on, and you refer to buses at 4.32 of your main evidence. Now, before I just get to my question, there's one supplementary question I want to ask as a result of your evidence in chief. You gave the impression in your evidence in chief that potential residents of the site would be able to access the secondary school by bus. But 29A doesn't go anywhere near the secondary school, does it? Which is the only bus that runs along Framfield Road. It doesn't go anywhere near the secondary school.
No, it could be used as a linked trip to the centre of Uckfield where it does stop, and then onward trips to the school.
So what you meant was you can catch a bus if you were inclined to walk to the bus stop. You could catch a bus to the bus station, and then you'd have to get off and then walk to the secondary school. That's what.
If that was
just the impression you gave. Now, the bus contribution 4.32 specific funding will allow additional services, you say, to become established and develop into being self-funding. What analysis do you present to the inspector which might evidence or suggest that there is any prospect of the service becoming self-funding?
I present no specific analysis, only that the scheme provides 290 dwellings, a package of measures, including a welcome pack to encourage bus travel. So there's a significant level of potential patronage within the site.
No, but you haven't investigated at all whether there's any realistic prospect of this service becoming self-funding. So without that, the inspector cannot possibly be sure, can she, that the bus service will continue?
I would leave that for the inspector's view, consideration.
I mean, you are familiar with the concept of a transport consultant presenting evidence to demonstrate that a bus service can become self-funding, aren't you?
Yes,
Yes. But you haven't chosen to present one here.
we haven't presented that, no.
Now, you were asked some questions. You were asked about the 10-metre radii and whether or not it represented a departure from DMRB, and you accepted in your answers to Malone and Friends cross-examination before lunch that there would be a departure in this case.
Yes.
Yes. Can you then, therefore, please, you rely quite heavily on your safety auditor report, and I just want to take you, if I may, to that. And this is your Appendix 22, which is so this document is dated August 2023. And you certainly kept Mr. Fenning very busy, didn't you, in August 2023?
We did. We did, very busy,
Mr.
yes.
Fenning had to look at K, looked at L, looked at M, looked at P, all within the month of August. Pretty much.
We certainly instructed his services on a number of occasions, yes.
Did you ring him and speak to him about these matters?
I'm sure I had many conversations with him, yes, either by email or on the phone, yes, as I would expect to.
Yes, that's routinely what you do. You ring up a safety auditor and have a discussion with him or her, don't you, as a matter. I'm not suggesting there's anything untoward about that, but that is part of the process, isn't it? Because you want to have a sense of where the safety auditor is going to get to.
I can't speak to the precise nature of the conversations I had with him, but I submitted the plans to him by email and asked for and asked for him to audit the design. As to the nature of the phone conversations, I'm sure I had many, and I'm sure a lot of them were, please can you provide this urgently?
This document refers in the introduction to the audit brief, capital A, capital B. And you're responsible, as I understand this process, you're responsible for providing the audit brief, capital A, capital B.
Yes.
And as part of that audit brief, you identified, look at paragraph 2.2 in the introduction, that the proposals did not include any departures from standard.
Yes, that is correct.
But that's incorrect, isn't it? Because as a matter of fact, as you've already agreed, your proposals do involve a departure from standard, and the safety auditor was not told about that.
The safety auditor would have been aware. Whether or not I explicitly listed that out, the safety auditor was aware of the plans and what was shown on them.
What you explicitly identified was that there was no departure from standard. This whole series of, this is the main report and then there are subsequent emails, but the whole thing is premised on poor old Mr. Fenning being told that there was no departure from standard.
Correct.
Right, I'm going to make submissions in relation to that. But I'd like you to come now to your new plan, please. By which I mean your 7.5 delivery vehicle plan. You don't need, do you, a special license to drive a Sainsbury's or Tesco or Waitrose. Everybody keeps mentioning Waitrose in this inquiry. You don't need a special HGV license to drive one of these, do you?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
No. And what you're showing here is the interaction with a delivery vehicle, food delivery vehicle, and a car.
Yes.
You're not showing the interaction of a food delivery vehicle and a larger other vehicle. Another food, whether it's another food delivery vehicle or a rigid van, you're not showing any other illustration.
No, we're not.
So this is your best case. Would that be fair? When it comes to this particular issue with this vehicle.
When it comes to this particular vehicle, yes.
And if the inspector wants to think about how a food delivery vehicle would work with a refuse vehicle or with a 12-metre rigid, she's really got to look at the plans altogether, hasn't she?
Yes, the inspector would, yes.
Because plainly, with anything bigger than a car, there is going to be the encroachments that we've already seen.
Yes, the large
Yes.
vehicles we have tracked on other plans, yes, and the
Yes.
encroachments are clear.
Yeah. But even with if you look at the left-hand turn car, the bottom right for a moment, even with that vehicle coming round, one can see how tight even the car has to be to the radii in order to keep to that side of the road and avoid the food vehicle exiting the site.
Yes, it is tight. But
It's
there is
tight,
daylight.
isn't it?
Yes,
Yes.
there is daylight between the vehicles.
And, I mean, none of these tracking exercises take any account of mirrors, do they? The mirrors all protrude out of these trackings.
That is correct.
So even on your evidence, you're going to have to be a very careful car driver to avoid losing your mirrors when you meet a delivery vehicle.
Well, at that point where they do pass, as the road goes into the site, the width of the access beyond the radii is 5.5 metres, which is a suitable width for two large vehicles to pass.
Well, I say this just makes my point, Mr. Twinborough, but I resist the urge to go back and cross-examine on issues which have already been covered off. So I don't think that's helpful for the inspector. I want to ask you something rather different now, and that is, please, in relation to I've got some questions about conditions, if I may.
Yep.
I've seen a condition which suggests that there should be a closure of the existing access after 6 months. after this is 6 months after the new access is in place and open. Are you aware of that proposed condition from your side?
Yes, I am vaguely aware of that condition.
I mean, none of your evidence assesses the safety of two accesses, each substandard, working together, does it?
Well, I don't consider that the proposed access is substandard.
Well, just answer the question. None of your evidence considers the two accesses working together, does it?
No.
The inspector hasn't got any tracking showing what might happen if both those accesses were being used at the same time, has she?
No.
And obviously during the let's just leave that point. If she has no evidence what in relation to that, why is it necessary for the accesses to be open, both of them, for 6 months? Can you just explain that? Why is that necessary?
Well, this will come down to phasing of the development. I mean, there'll be another condition that would specify construction management plans.
What's that got to do with two accesses, existing and new, being opened together?
Well, clearly,
Do you mind if I just comment on this, if it, I hope, saves time? The 6 month suggestion is not ours. It comes from a condition drafted by the council. We'd be very happy to look at it again. Once we've got one working access, I can understand that we wouldn't necessarily need a second one. Can we look at that again with the conditions that will be recirculated? We say it's not our proposal.
Thank you. That was very, yep. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Twinbury.
Thank you, Mr. Twinborough.
thank you, Mum.
Okay. Okay. Heritage Roundtable next then.
I've got a little bit of re-examination, if you don't
Oh,
mind.
sorry.
I was just waiting in case you had some
Getting far
questions.
too excited that we might actually make good progress.
Well, I
Of
think we are
course,
making some
please
progress.
We
but
are. Please re-examine. I always do it at some point during an inquiry. Forget re-examine. So there you go.
I've been so quiet today. Right. Good afternoon, Mr. Twinborough. Let's
Good
deal
afternoon.
with some of Miss Cook's questions first, since they're relatively fresher in mind. And if we do it in reverse order, you were asked about the road safety audit. So can we go back, please, to your appendix 22, I think it is.
Yeah.
This is the RSA on Rev K.
Yes.
And page 2, uh, 2.2, the audit brief. So that's the document that comes from you, is it?
Yes, it is the document that comes from me setting out the scheme proposal and what I require the auditor to do, essentially, perform a road safety audit on the design.
Thank you. So this says the audit brief identifies the proposals do not include any departures from standard. If we just pause there, what's your position as to whether DMRB on trunk roads is directly applicable to the appeal scheme?
My view is that the The site access is not accessed from a trunk road. Therefore, there is no explicit requirement in legislation or otherwise for DMRB to apply. Indeed, Mr. New suggested yesterday that it was best practice only, not specified.
And then we're into, and I don't want to ask you about this, but then we're into custom and practice about referencing that document and how strict the application needs to be. So we can
Yes.
leave that, because I don't want to explore that further. This is just in the context of Ms. Cook's questions. So that's what the audit brief says, and you've explained why it said it. Just going on in this paragraph, whether related to strategic decisions or otherwise. However, now is this text that I'm looking at written by you, or is this text written by the safety auditor?
This is written by the safety auditor.
Right. However, says the safety auditor, it's noted that the proposed 2.7 metre wide through lanes would represent a departure. So, and this is obviously in relation to Rev K.
Yes.
So what do you say to the inspector as to whether the road safety auditor was somehow misled by an observation about departure from a non-applicable standard?
No, my view is the road safety was not misled. The safety auditor is free, as is standard, to review the scheme, and has not considered it a material substance to reference it in the introduction to his audit.
The point that Ms. Cook pursued with you, is that a concern that the Highway Authority raised with you in the various discussions you had with them after you'd furnished them with this RSA on Rev K?
No, it's not.
And if you look at the bottom of the page, what, if anything, do you want to say to the inspector about the credentials and qualifications of Mr. Fenning?
Well, indeed, Mr. Fenning as the audit team leader and Zane Beswick as the audit team member are both appropriately qualified with reference to their profession, as well as experience accords with all relevant requirements in GG 119, which is another DMRB document setting out the qualifications and experience required to undertake an audit. And Fenley, as road safety auditors, have been approved to undertake the audit by East Sussex County Council.
Good, thank you for that. Right, you were asked about 3.24 of Mr. White's proof. Can we just go back to that to clarify the applicability of it?
3.24, is that, sorry?
3.2 of the
3.2.
first White proof.
Yeah.
And the approximately 11% figure. And the question is, just read the whole paragraph again to yourself. And I'm interested in whether the 11% figure is something specifically referable to East Sussex or to the Uckfield area, or whether it's some other sort of figure, and if so, what?
Well, the UK government published data would presumably be countrywide and not location specific.
And what's the relevance of a UK-wide average figure set against the discussions and agreements that you've got with the local highway authority on issues about usage of their network? If I ask the question in a different way,
Yeah.
in your judgment, should the inspector place more weight on a UK-wide average figure or on the knowledge of the local highway authority that's caused the agreements you have with them about use of survey data in respect to the network that they're responsible for?
Well, in my view, more weight should be provided to the surveys that were undertaken in and around Uckfield and not a national average.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Right, let's just a couple of questions on the town centre contribution issue. You were asked about your tables 11 and 12, and if it helps, just bring those up, please.
Yes, I have those.
Thank you. Now, effectively, you were asked, where's table 11A? Where's the one in the
Yes.
middle? But before your cross-examination this afternoon, did you receive a request from the Rule 6 party for, as it were, table 11A?
No.
Okay. What's your comment about the ability of an experienced highway engineer to look at table 11 and then work out what the consequences will be if you add 290 units a mile away from these junctions?
Yeah, well, in my view, any experienced purveyor of transport planning advice would consider the figures in table 11, and it would be imminently obvious that a development of 290 units, bearing in mind the distribution of that traffic headed predominantly towards the town centre, would result in improvements being necessary.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of that, there's a SIL statement from the local planning authority, paragraph 3.7 of which says that the contribution in relation to town centre junction matters is agreed to comply with the SIL regulations. Have you seen that?
I haven't.
You haven't seen that?
I haven't
Okay.
seen that.
All right, well, I won't ask you about it then. Let me ask you about this. Go to your Appendix 34 again, please, which is the email from the county.
Yes, I have that.
It was questions were pursued with you on the basis that this was not talking about a mover scheme. Can we just have a look at the email? And between the hole punches or middle of the page, however you've got it.
To be fair, the question was, it's not your mover scheme,
Oh,
because
okay.
because this witness's mover scheme, as you know, only encompasses 2 junctions.
I'm sorry. If I misunderstood, I'm sorry. Okay. Nonetheless, let's have a look at what the county has to say here. There's a paragraph based on discussions. Have you got that?
Yes.
And 4 lines down, it says this, a mover scheme. So I take Miss Cook's point, not necessarily your mover scheme about 2 junctions. A mover scheme,
Yeah.
it seems about 2 junctions plus, which is what we're going to get. So a mover scheme, which links up all the signalised junctions crossings, is likely to be the only potential solution to assist the flows of vehicular movement through the town centre, though the extent of the improvement difficult to measure, etc., would need to be considered, and so on and so forth. In your experience, is that a normal basis for agreeing contributions towards a scheme which one can see the parameters of, or would one expect to pause and do the entirety of the analysis work to justify every single nut and bolt, as it were, of the scheme?
No, I consider this as an entirely appropriate means of assessing what may or what would be required in order to mitigate the impact of the proposed scheme.
Yeah. And then it sets out below the mover scheme that the council has in mind and which the appellant has agreed, and the various installation of equipment and at what junctions. So we can see that. Now, let me ask you this. Your position, did I hear you tell Miss Cook, is that the impact at the town centre junctions, while it's material, it's not severe. Is that your position?
Yeah. Yes. Well, yeah. Sorry. The impact the impact of, is this with the improvement scheme or without the
No,
improvement
no,
scheme?
without the improvement scheme.
The impact of the appeal scheme would push the junction over capacity. To what extent that is a severe impact is a matter for judgment, but it's suffice to say that the scheme, an improvement scheme, is necessary in order to accommodate the traffic of the development.
I understand all that, but just answer the question in an open way now, asked in an open way now. In your assessment, it is the impact of the 290 units on these town centre judgments a severe impact in the sense that that word is used by the framework, and obviously that's pre-mitigation.
Yes, I consider it would be, which the view shared with the Highway Authority, hence the need for the
Yes.
improvements.
Hence the need for the improvements. Good, thank you. Right, let's discuss some of the matters that were raised with you during the morning, please. And I think I don't need to go back on the issues about 21p, and deliverability issues are in the same category. So just a few points of recap about some sustainability questions you were asked by Ms. Hutton. So can you go, please, to Mr. New's paragraph 4.5 of his first proof of evidence?
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. He's talking about guidance in relation to walking distances. And do you see, I'm trying to shortcut this by only showing you what he's put in this paragraph. Do you see at the end of the paragraph, he's got table 3.2,
Yes.
suggested acceptable walking distance, which you were shown by Miss Hutton as it appears in CDI.4, I think it is. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do, yes.
Yes. And you made your comment about the heading of the table and this is only guidance and so on.
Yeah.
But what I want to look at is how Mr. New introduces this table, please. So if you go back to the bottom of page 16, a predecessor CIHT Planning for Walking document of 2000, that's the one that you were asked about, CDI.4, did include a table showing desirable and maximum walk distances for various journey purposes, reproduced below. But that document was superseded by the later 2015 version, which did not include any such recommendations.
Yes, I see that.
So what comment do you have for the inspector about the relevance of that table 3.2 for her purposes, please?
Well, Mum, that table 3.2 should be afforded limited weight, as it has now been superseded by a later version of that document, and no recommendations on suggested acceptable walking distances have been given.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. Now, in terms of footway widths, again, I want to take this point very quickly. You were asked about a paragraph in Manual for Streets, CDI.1. Do you remember that?
Yes.
CDI.1, Manual for Streets, I believe it published in 2007. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. You were also asked about a different figure. Manual for Streets figure was 2 meters. You were also asked about CDI.21, which has a 1.8 figure. And CDI.21, I have as 2015. Is that correct?
Yes, I haven't got that reference open, but yes.
And I'm trying to shortcut things on
Yeah.
points that can be confirmed by opening the document.
Yes, 2015 CDI 21.
Yeah, right. So we got a 2007 document and a 2015 document. I asked you about CDI.8, which is the Department for Transport Inclusive Mobility document from December 2021. And that's the document that's got the passage in referable to 1.5 metre wide
Yes.
routes. So just focusing on the chronology of those three documents, what comment do you have for the inspector, if any, as to which of those documents she should afford the greatest weight to, please?
That would be CDI 8, the Department for Transport Inclusive Mobility, as it is the most currently or most recently prepared document that considers suitability or widths of footways and suitability.
Yeah, thank you. You asked some questions about CDI.18, that being a 2018 document from Sustrans with various recommendations in. Do you remember that passage of?
Yes, I do.
And can you assist the inquiry with this? Of the proposals that they referenced, which of those are being taken forward by the local highway authority, please?
The local highway authority is bringing forward none of the recommendations as listed in the Sustrans document.
Yeah. So is the local highway authority proposing to widen any of the footways on Framfield Road between the appeal site and the town centre?
No, it is not.
Are they proposing to add a cycle lane between
No.
the appeal site and the town centre?
No, they are not.
No. During the planning application, were their proposals advanced in respect of Framfield Road that would involve build-outs and the like as possible improvements?
Yes, we had looked at those at schemes to provide build-outs and make alterations to the on-street parking regime along Framfield Road.
Would that have resulted in a reduction of the number of parking spots?
It would have done, yes.
In your assessment, to an unacceptable extent or not?
No, not to an unacceptable extent. We had undertaken on-street parking surveys, comprehensive on-street parking surveys, including nighttime surveys and surveys through the day. So our assessment of the impact of the proposed parking amendment or parking regime along Framfield Road were fully justified in terms of the recorded number of vehicles parking along Framfield Road.
Yeah. And the purpose of the various build-outs that would build out into the carriageway of Framfield Road itself, what was the purpose of those?
Several purposes. One was to sort of provide a more formal parking regime and to impact, provide an element of traffic calming.
Yeah. And so you've told the inquiry what your judgment was about the impact on parking availability. You've told the inquiry what the purpose of these proposals was. They're obviously no longer part of the proposed off-site works. Will you tell the inquiry why?
During the consultation process with the Highway Authority requested that we abandon those suggested measures.
Yeah. Do you know why they said that?
Broadly along the line that the Highway Authority view that they would provide no material benefit to that route.
Was there concern about resident reaction to loss of some car parking spaces?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. And in that political context then, or assumed political context, what if any comment do you have again, thinking back to the Sustrans commentary about widening footways and introducing cycle lanes and so on Framfield.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes.
I'm sorry, may I interject? The witness is being led in the most extraordinary way, being asked, seems to be intimating political issues. These points weren't put to Mr. New. I don't know what point's going to be made out of them, but I have concerns because this is new stuff that hasn't been cross-examined on.
Well, it's arising out of the reference to the Sustrans report. But let me try and ask the question in a different way. In light of the response to those proposals, Mr. Twinbarrow, again, is there any further comment you want to make about the Sustrans recommendations and the weight to be attached to them for our purposes?
Well, given we have explored improvements to the particularly the parking regime along Framfield Road, the Highway Authority were reluctant to explore that any further, and given the recommendations within the Sustrans document and the Highway Authority's admission that no such schemes, they do not consider the Highway Authority not advancing any such schemes despite the recommendations given in the Sustrans document, I would suggest that limited weight is applied to the Sustrans document.
Mr. Twinbarrow, thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Twinbarrow.
Thank you, Mum.
Does that complete highways? Okay. Right. I'd like to try and do the Heritage Roundtable then, if that suits. Mr. Kopp is here, I assume. I don't know who Mr. Kopp is. Mr. Kopp. Okay. I think we'll have a short break and he can get himself comfortable and ready to go. I'll just go and remind myself of heritage in the break. So if we could come back. Well, actually, could we say 3:15? Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome back. So welcome, Mr. Cox. Thank you for coming to the inquiry. I just wanted to ask you a few questions about your proof.
Yep.
Quite casually round tables. I'm not a barrister. No one's going to cross-examine you or anything like that. It's just to satisfy myself.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I wanted to do was work through the steps in the setting of heritage assets, Historic England guidance with you, just to be sure where you stand. Is that a document that you're familiar with?
Yes, it is.
I think it's in the core docs. So we don't have to worry about that. Okay, so if we can start with step 1 then. Identify which heritage assets and their settings are affected. So what's your position on that?
Certainly. So, excuse me, within my proof of evidence, I've set out under the Oast House each of the steps in turn as well, just to assist. In terms of the heritage assets affected, it's only the Grade 2 listed Oast House. The original heritage statement submitted as part of the application did consider other listed buildings in the vicinity, including at Framfield, but concluded there'll be no impact to their setting or significance. It also considered the other buildings within the farmstead at Burdenhigh. Sorry, what's happening here? Excuse me. But concluded that due to the changes to them, they were not considered to be heritage assets. So it's just the Grade 2 listed Oast House is the only relevant asset.
Okay, and it's part of its setting is affected, is it?
Yes, it would be. So it's helpful if I outline the significance of the asset first and then
Well,
go on to
that's
setting.
step 2. So can we just firstly identify the setting and the heritage asset and the setting that's affected? So are we agreed that the setting of the Oast House is affected by the development?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, so yes, so now we can go on to step 2. So that is assess the degree to which this setting makes a contribution to the significance of the heritage asset. So can you tell me your position on that? What contribution does the appeal site make to the significance of the Oast House?
Well, I think firstly, to understand the contribution setting makes to significance, we need to know what the significance of the asset is. That's set out at 5.8 of my proof. Essentially, the significance of the Oast House is almost wholly dependent on its historic interest, which is linked to the technological innovation present within it. So it's an extremely rare example of its type, and was quite innovative in the way that, I won't go into all the detail, but effectively the way that it was developed to provide consistent heat to dry hops, and is rare as a survivor, both as a square kiln that uses the reed system, and also because it has most of the inner workings, the flues, the kiln, etc., still extant, which is extremely rare. So in that context, the contribution of setting is actually relatively limited because the significance is almost wholly bound within that technological interest, which isn't appreciable from outside and from within the setting. Now, allied to that, part of its significance, although a lesser part, is also the historic and architectural interest of it as an Oast House more generally, which would have been linked to obviously the local agricultural economy. And that is visible externally because you have the distinctive cowl, which is recognisable from most Oast Houses. And it's quite distinctive again because of that square plan form, which is unusual. You know, most people will be familiar with conical Oast Houses. You see them all over Kent and Sussex and beyond, whereas square ones are quite unusual. That is appreciable from within the setting, and so where you can obtain those views both from within the site and further
I think
afield.
we might be just going off on a bit of a tangent. I really want to take this in quite a slow, step-by-step
Okay.
process. So you've told me what's significant about the listed building, but I want to spend a bit of time thinking about the contribution the setting makes to the significance of the listed building. So I understand what you say is significant about the building, that it's technological interest and so on. So, you know, that's not even a matter at this inquiry. I don't think. We know that what the listing description says, that's the significance of the listed building. I'm interested in the contribution that the setting makes to the significance of the listed building.
I understand that, and apologies to go over the 2 points I would make there is, one, the listing description is not a definitive indicator of significance,
Oh, but
particularly
we're
old
not
list
disputing
descriptions.
that the technological interest is what makes the listed building significant, are we?
No, we're not, but I'm
No.
just trying to expand on that. And I think secondly and crucially, to understand how setting contributes to significance, you have to know what the significance is. If you don't understand that core significance, it's then difficult to understand how setting contributes.
Okay.
So that's why I just wanted to outline that and make it very clear.
Well, can you move on to then?
That's
to
yeah,
what
that's
you consider
certainly.
the setting, how the setting contributes to its significance. So we know it has this agricultural technological use.
Hmm.
So how does the setting allow us to understand that or appreciate that?
To a very limited degree, because that technological interest is effectively within the structure itself. It's not appreciable from outside. Even I think an informed kind of viewer would not immediately understand that it had that innovative technology within. However, where the setting does contribute is two elements really. Firstly, what survives of the rural setting and the kind of agricultural setting. The reason for that is because the historic interest is partly bound in the former use of the building and its association with the agricultural surroundings. Now, having said that, that does contribute again to a very limited degree due to the extent of changes that have been seen. So it's not a farmhouse
Okay.
and associated farmland that is untouched. It's all been changed. The farmhouse has been converted.
Grade it. So you're saying there's some significance in the setting provided by the appeal site because it's an agricultural and rural surrounding. Is that what you were saying to me?
Yes, but only to a very limited degree,
Okay.
because that, partly because of the change of use of the Oast House itself, but more importantly,
But that's not setting, is it?
no, but I can
So why does
pull up the
setting
reference
only
if,
do it to a limited degree?
well, as I said, partly because of the changes to the Oast House and the
Change of
associated.
use of the Oast House affects setting.
Yes, absolutely. Because if you have a working building, working agricultural building set within an agricultural setting, that setting would make a greater contribution because you can immediately understand that relationship. Where the use has changed, and allied to that, the use of the surrounding land has changed. So it's now used for paddocks. It's not in a arable use as it would have been historically. The contribution is then reduced accordingly.
Okay. So because it's not an arable use at the moment, that partly reduces its significance.
Its contribution to significance, yes.
Does it still make some contribution to its significance?
Yeah, yes, it does. As I think it makes a limited contribution to the historic interest. The other point I can go on to briefly touch on the architectural interest as well. That helps.
Is that in relation to setting?
Yes.
So, just so I'm clear, you're saying what survives of its agricultural and rural surroundings make a contribution to the significance of the listed building through setting, but only to a very limited degree. This is due to the change of use of the Oast House and the change of uses surrounding land.
Yep, that's correct.
So what use is it in now?
Most of the land around is and particularly the land to the west, which you see most clearly with the oast houses used as paddocks and
Paddocks.
I think associated uses for horses.
Okay. And was it historically used for paddocks or grazing? Do you know?
No, it was primarily arable use, historically, including for hop growth.
Do you know that?
Yes, but I don't. I'm just double checking because I don't think the tithe map was available when I produced my proof of evidence, but I checked yesterday, so I don't believe we have the apportionments. But that came from the tithe map and apportionment, which is effectively a record of land use in the 1840s, usually. Beyond that, it's very difficult to understand historic land use through time.
So are you saying it was hops just because it was a host house?
No, because that's what was recorded on the tithe apportionment.
Okay. And is that here?
No, it's not. As I said, it wasn't available.
Okay. So that's what you're telling me anyway.
Yes.
Sorry, it's a while since I read this now, and so much has happened in the last week and a half.
It's okay. We do have figure
No,
one.
wait, if I can tell you what I'm trying to find, perhaps you can help me.
Yep.
Rather than going off on a different tangent. I thought there was something here that set out who had owned it. You had some.
Figure one in my appendices.
in your
Apologies, which is the
appendices.
1841 tithe map. Yeah, you're correct. So that records ownership and the buildings that were within the farmstead at that time.
Set it out somewhere.
Possibly. Let me check.
Something like so owned it at this date, and this is what the farm was used for. Because wasn't it a farm that was rented out to someone else?
Yeah, it would have been.
They don't, honestly, don't worry. It's just hard to do.
Is it in the heritage assessment?
Yes, there is.
So, Mum,
I've
you
just
do
found
have
the
that as a.
reference. Hey. On the Yep. Page 9. If the
That's the try not to all leave me because it's very hard for me. Yeah, that's it. I read all this in preparation for the inquiry. I was going to ask the questions last week, and things have changed. I've now been inundated with heaps of evidence and managing of an inquiry and all the other stresses of that. So I am slow in finding out. I'm not a barrister. I'm a slow thinking inspector that goes away and thinks about things. So I will be a bit hungry. I'm sorry about that. It's something along these lines that I saw, yes. But yeah, so this is something about so the portion of children gets farm and zone for so is that where you got hop garden?
yes, it was, and as I say, from the original apportionment that I checked.
So that also says pasture.
Yep,
So what is pasture?
would have been grazing land.
Grazing land. And what do we have at the minute?
Paddocks and grazing for horses.
So grazing land.
Yes, but of a very different character.
Okay, so explain that to me.
Well, so I think the 2 points, and it's unfortunate we don't have the full apportionment here. Obviously, the land holding associated with the farm was quite large. Most of the pasture was actually towards the woodland. The land closer to
Do
the,
you know that?
because it's recorded on the tithe map and apportionment.
Is that before me?
No, as I said, that's why I said it's unfortunate we don't have it here.
It's unfortunate when it's me that has to make a decision on it.
Mm.
Okay.
But
So I
it-
have to take your word for it that where do you say the pasture land was then?
well, across the whole farm, it was a large farm, but most of the arable land was closest to the farmstead itself.
That's as much as you can tell me about.
Well, yeah, without the apportionment and tithe in front of me. I do think it's relevant to note as well, though, that the nature of the current grazing land, it's clearly paddocks associated with horse grazing rather than sheep farming as it would have been traditionally. You have the field which has been subdivided, the menage which is there as well for riding. So it's it's an obvious equestrian use rather than a kind of agricultural use.
Okay. And that change significantly reduces the contribution that setting makes to the significance of the building.
I don't think it significantly changes it, but it does reduce it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, as we touched on at the start, the
You were saying to a very limited degree because of the change of use. So because it's pasture land for horses as opposed to pasture land for sheep, that reduces the significance from the setting to a very limited degree.
it reduces. I think going back to the start, if I may briefly, the main reason I say setting makes a limited contribution or a very limited contribution is because the significance is so closely bound in that technological use.
I think you need to set that to one side for me. That would help me
Fine, yeah.
because that's about the listed building rather than its setting. So I would like to understand the slightly different point of the contribution that the setting makes to the significance of the listed building.
Okay, but with respect, I don't think it's possible to separate them in that way.
Okay.
Setting, if we go back to the MPPF definition, is all about the contribution it makes to significance
Absolutely.
and the way in which that significance is appreciated and experienced.
Absolutely.
So if you cannot experience and or appreciate the significance from within its setting or the core element of its significance, that setting will by definition make a lesser contribution. And that's I'm hoping this does assist, but that's kind of my starting point if it helps, that maybe I mean, it's a crude way of doing it, but if we imagine the significance is kind of 95% of it is in that technological interest, then the setting, relatively speaking, must make quite a limited contribution.
Okay.
And that's even notwithstanding the changes that have been seen. I think that's the fundamental starting point, is the significance is bound in that kind of historic use and technological innovation, which isn't appreciated from the setting, and therefore setting makes a limited contribution.
Okay. Well, that's your view. It is on. I'm not saying a lot, to be honest. Okay, well, I've heard what you have to say. I'm not going to challenge it here, because I don't think that's my job. I just need to give you the opportunity to tell me what you think. But you do think there's some significance in its rural surroundings, and that does contribute to the significance of the listed building.
Yes, it does.
What can you give me an idea of scale? Because you were using scale. I mean, you say very limited degree.
Yeah,
Very limited.
absolutely,
It's
very
rural
limited.
setting. Okay.
And we started touching on it earlier, but as I said, it's partly the historic interest and the contribution that the rural setting makes to that. It's also partly the architectural interest, because you can appreciate a small element of its architectural interest and kind of landmark status as well.
All to a very limited degree.
I think the landmark status, obviously, you can appreciate from within its setting, both close and in longer distance views. Its architectural interest, though, is also bound in its former use, which you can see from the cowl. So to that extent, it does. But obviously, as we've touched on, it doesn't allow you to appreciate the internal configuration, construction, etc., which is also a key element of its architectural interest as well as historic interest. So again, I think the contribution in that terms is also limited.
Sorry, the contribution in terms of
Architectural interest is
its
limited.
architectural interest with the cow and so on.
Yeah.
And the square plan form. Okay, limited.
Yeah.
Because
you're only appreciating one element of its architectural interest. I mean, you have to bear in mind architectural interest is obviously partly about aesthetics, but it's also partly about deliberate design. And in this case, the deliberate design, the important element of the deliberate design, is bound in the read system and the internal configuration, which you can partly see externally because you can understand the plan form, but you cannot see that kind of innovative use and development internally.
So in Historic England guidance, it says about, although these form an important part, the way in which we experience an asset and its setting is also influenced by other environmental factors, such as noise from other land uses in the vicinity, and by our understanding of the historic relationship between places. You agree with that, presumably?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so our understanding of the historic relationship between the appeal site and the Oast House, that's something important.
It's a factor, and it does contribute to the historic interest, as we've discussed. But also, I think because of the changes seen to the farmstead and the setting, that contribution is limited.
Okay. Okay, so then we know where we are at the minute with the Oast House sitting in its grazing land for horses, predominantly. The effects of the proposed development then, beneficial or harmful, on the significance or ability to appreciate it?
Sure. If we take the harmful impacts first, that's easiest, then, as touched on, there will be a further change to that rural setting and what survives of the rural setting. That will affect the historic interest to, in my view, a very low degree for the reasons we've set out in terms of the contribution. Because it's a further change, it further reduces the rural context and your ability to understand the Oast House as a historic building that was formerly associated or in an agricultural use and associated with the agricultural land.
Yeah.
In terms of the beneficial,
Well, hang on.
okay,
So you've identified some harm there.
yeah.
And Oast houses generally, what sort of landscapes do they sit in, if you could be that broad?
Well, historically, they would have largely sat in arable landscapes or as part of mixed farms.
And we can compare, again, this is probably in your appendices, which I haven't yet had a chance to get hold of. We can compare some maps of what's been there historically up to present day and what's proposed. Can we do that? Is it in your appendices?
Yes, we have some, so figures 1, 2, and 3.
This is it. It was the appendices that are.
Yes, we've got a spare hard copy of the appendices, if that would...
No, I've got.
You've got them.
Interestingly, figure 1 doesn't say about the hops. That's why I was asking you about the hops.
Okay.
So it was in the other. So, yeah, do you want to talk me through what those maps show? Just how we look, how things have changed.
Yeah, I think probably the comparison between figure 2 and 3 is easiest and shows the most notable. I mean, there are some minor changes between figure 1 and 2, which includes the extension to the Oast House itself in the early 20th century. And then moving to figures 2 and 3, and it's possibly helpful to also, in a moment, turn to my plate 1, possibly, which illustrates some of these points. But the main changes, as you can see, is the construction of the large-scale commercial buildings and the construction of the new farmhouse as well. And that's been allied to kind of the introduction of additional land uses at the farm. So moving away from kind of purely agricultural use.
And where the appeal site sits, how's that changed over time?
So as we touched on earlier, and this between figures 1 and 2 is probably the most useful comparison. Changes in field pattern and structure, stripping out of historic field boundaries, usually a sign of more intensive farming.
So where can I see that? From the tide map? Are you going back to the tide?
Yeah, between the comparison between figures 1 and 2,
Yeah.
you can see at figure 1, greater degree of subdivision. Figure 2, you've effectively got 2 large field parcels there with woodland. So again, a further change from what would have been the established setting when the Oast House was first built, to move to a different form of agricultural activity.
So different field boundaries. Was there different activity between figures 1 and figure 2?
Well, what I mean by that is in terms of what you start to get from the late 19th century and then really accelerates in the 20th century is a move away from primarily manual labour to more machine labour. And that's why you start to get larger field boundaries. So it's just an indication of the way that the use of the Oast House has changed over time and the corresponding way that the land was farmed.
Okay, so larger field boundaries. Anything else?
And then you actually see a slight almost reversal between figures 2 and 3, which I think is when some of the paddocks, etc., have gone in. So again, just a change in the way that the land's managed.
Okay. So actually, changes in field boundaries and the way the land is managed for pasture and so on has been part of its history all along.
Yeah, and I say that's typically what you'll find in any farm is that from medieval periods onwards, whether you've got enclosure or mechanisation, etc., you do get quite significant changes.
Mm-hmm. And so, how much built development is there?
Within the appeal site,
Yeah.
none.
And as a result of the proposal?
Yes, it would introduce developments, as we touched on, and as a result would have an impact on the historic interest.
So, in the region of 290 houses,
Yes.
access roads,
Yep.
managed landscape areas, flood
Yes.
attenuation,
Yep.
basin, yeah. Is that a big change?
Yes, I think it's a big change to the appeal site and to the setting of the listed building.
Okay. So we said earlier that there was some, I think you said very limited contribution that the appeal site makes to the significance of the Oast House by virtue of it having this rural pasture, even though it's changed
Yeah.
over time. What's happened to that contribution as a result of the development?
So that contribution's largely lost, as said earlier. So it would lead to an impact to the historic interest and therefore significance of the Oast House.
Okay. Now you were going to go on to beneficial impacts from the development, but I just want to be careful here because we must be careful not to confuse steps 3 and 4. So 4 is how you can maximize enhancement of the development or how you can minimize harm. Where do you see yourself because you're going to tell me, I suspect now, some of the what I think you were calling benefits, but where do they fall? Step 2 or step 3? Sorry, step 3 or step 4?
Well, I mean, this is the bit that's always, in reality, although it's set out in that staged process, I think steps 3 and 4 are always undertaken together, in effect.
There is some
And-
case law about that.
Well, I go on. What I mean by that is when you're designing the scheme from the outset, you would always bear in mind where you're positioning development and what impacts that will have. So you wouldn't say, this is the impact, now I'm going to change it. Those two are complementary. And I think that the starting point of step 4 kind of reinforces that, where it says maximum advantage can be secured if any effects on the significance of a heritage asset arising from development likely to affect its setting are considered from the project's inception. So you would always have those in mind right at the start. You don't go through the whole process and then say, there's an impact, so we need to undo that. You make sure that that's baked in from the very start.
I'm just being cautious because there is case law.
Yeah,
I
of
know
course,
about
of
it.
course.
So I have to be certain that I don't diminish harm by getting the two. They have to be separately considered. So just tell me, because I can always decide in my decision where we go on it, but what are the benefits in your view, or the ways that you've enhanced your scheme or sought to minimize the harm that we've identified?
Sure. So the key benefit is the introduction of that, or well, I suppose, firstly, the retention of that open space and then the introduction of public access.
Okay.
Allied
so which
with-
open space are you talking about?
The land to the west, I think, is, I mean, there's a vignette of it in my proof, or if you've got the full plan.
So I was just going to look at the illustrative site layout. Is it shown on there?
Yes, I can pull that up. So it is that the land effectively near enough immediately due west of the Oast House,
Okay.
kind of
So it's this.
west southwest, exactly, and beyond.
So why is that? Why has that been left there?
For three reasons, I suppose. One, to retain an element of rural setting, although, as you touched on it, again, it's going to be a different land use, etc. Two, it's to retain and celebrate those views, which are the best views of the Oast House, in my view, and the views where you can appreciate its landmark qualities that we touched on earlier. And three, that it offers the opportunity for public interpretation and understanding of it. So allied with a strategy that, kind of going right back to the start and thinking about its significance, it is an extremely rare building that I think most people would not understand from seeing it. And there's a real opportunity here to better reveal its significance by providing interpretation of that, so you can understand it's not just an ordinary Oast House. This is a very special Oast House, which is particularly innovative and very important in the local context. And the ability to better understand that, better reveal that significance would be a benefit.
So people aren't going to get it just from looking at it, because you've already told me you can't appreciate that significance just by looking at
Yep.
it. So you're saying an information board?
Yes,
that what you're
or
getting
similar.
at?
There's a number of different strategies you could use, but
Okay. It's an information board. There's something in here about you don't necessarily have to have, yeah, here we go. The contribution that setting makes the significance of the heritage asset does not depend on there being public rights or ability to access or experience that setting. So opening up views of the Oast House to the public isn't a reason, is it, to diminish its setting?
it's not a reason. But the paragraph under access and setting does also state, where are we? Sorry. The potential for appreciation of the asset's significance may increase once it is interpreted or mediated in some way, or if access to currently inaccessible land becomes possible.
Okay, so where's that? Direct me, please.
So it was on page 4 under access and setting.
Okay.
So it starts bottom right of page 4 and then goes on to the start of page 5.
Yeah, that's an interesting paragraph. Because it says, say, some other things I want to touch on. The contribution of setting to significance does not depend on public rights or ability to access it. Significance is not dependent on numbers of people visiting it. This would downplay such qualitative issues as the importance of quiet and tranquility as an attribute of setting. So at the moment, we've got these fields for pasture of horses and I think you said a menage and so on, and basically equestrian activity. And then we've got this residential development. Do you perceive any changes about the qualitative issues that I've just mentioned about quiet and tranquility?
I mean, there would be. I think the setting of the asset at the moment I wouldn't describe as particularly quiet or tranquil, because it does have some of the existing commercial uses and some vehicle movements, etc., associated with that.
Is that from Bird in Eye Farm?
Yes, and the commercial units to the east.
Yeah, so they're going to stay.
Yes.
What about the application site? Or the
Yeah, so
field site?
that, as we touched on earlier, and I think when I was talking about the rural setting, that encompasses these elements as well.
Okay. So are they more quiet and tranquil now than they might be after the development?
Yes, to the degree that they do provide any tranquility, that would be reduced.
Okay. Was there any other benefits or enhancements you wanted to point out?
Not from a heritage point of view, I don't think.
Okay.
I think, as I say, it's that ability to better reveal and interpret the significance, which is, I think, a quite significant opportunity presented. Of, you know, a heritage asset that, although there's been investigation works, probably not a huge amount generally is known about it.
Yeah, I got you. So the interpretation
Yeah.
is a way to enhance. Okay. Just, you say the best views are from the west. I'm not sure it started with you. I get the impression this goes back further, these views from the west. Do you know anything about the previous appeal, the 2009 appeal?
Only I've read the decision, but I don't know it in detail. In terms of the current design process, my colleague originally did the site visit and initial assessment work. She identified these views and set them out in a heritage assessment, which then informed the design development process. And then they've kind of been a core element of it ever since. I think my section 4 of my proof of evidence just briefly touches on that and the way that it's been developed.
Okay, so was it essentially your colleague went around the site and said the best view on the site is from here, and that's why we've retained that view?
Largely, yes.
Okay.
Or best views, really. And we identified kind of arc of views that we could pick up on.
So the best view is specifically here, down this corridor of green.
Yes.
Okay.
And if you look as well, the kind of due southwest as well, you know, acknowledging this as illustrative, but there's an opportunity there to provide another link through as well, pick up some views.
Where's that then? Is it shown on the illustrative?
Yeah, sorry, I've got a very small scale.
Oh,
for
well,
my
this one, this
crew.
narrow, that one. No, surely.
No, in between, effectively.
In between where?
The open space to the west and that one that you just showed me, kind of here. It's not perfectly aligned, but I think we've identified an opportunity, and we could pick this up in detailed design stage to pick up a view and a route through there as well.
Oh, right. Okay.
Because I think it's important to acknowledge it's not just about views, it's also about using that kind of landmark role to link into the site as well and use it as a wayfinder.
Okay. Okay. So that's step 4.
Yes.
Okay. Just touching on the 2009 decision. Is there any consideration in that decision, or is it articulated or written down about the contribution that the setting makes to the significance of the Oast House?
Without reading the decision in detail, I wouldn't be able to say.
You have read it though. You just said you had.
Yes, I have. I know I quoted the conclusions in regard to heritage in my proof, but
We can have a quick look at it.
can I have a hard copy of that, please? This one available. I don't have all the core docs on my laptop.
I think it's called document K.
Okay, I might,
11.
sorry, I might just put that up. Oops.
Wait, I'm just working my way through where it's mentioned in there.
Yeah, I think it's paragraph 43 of the cover and then 792 in the main inspector's report.
Yeah, yeah. Hang on. Just checking we're not missing any. I think there is only a couple of references to it. Here we go. Yeah. Did you say 792?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I make it paragraph 13 of the Secretary of State decision, paragraph 43 and 792 of the decision. So sorry, paragraph 13 of the Secretary of State, 43 of the Secretary of State, and then 792 of the decision.
Yep.
Yeah. So do those 3 references give us any understanding of the contribution the setting makes to the significance of the Oast House?
No, they don't.
They don't. So yeah, that's not particularly helpful. I'm not dissing a Secretary of State decision, by the way. I'm just saying, do you think things have moved on since 2009 in our understanding of heritage setting?
Yeah, there's far clearer guidance now as we've gone through. I think it's important to acknowledge that the statutory duty remains the same. And that should always be the starting point. But as I say, I think we've had 3 different iterations of setting guidance since then.
Okay.
It's not to say that, as we say, I mean, setting would have been considered. I'm trying to think what we've had. Probably PPG 15, which had protection for setting at the time as well. But we didn't have the detailed guidance then that we do now. At
Perhaps
least, well, not in an English context. There was international guidance that was used
Right. Okay.
and would have been employed presumably by at application stage to understand the contribution of setting.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure. I think I'd have to articulate it better today in the decision. That's why I'm exploring
Yeah,
these questions with you.
absolutely. I think it would need more than 1 paragraph now.
Yeah, I don't think it's even a paragraph. It basically says the council nor any party suggests the setting will be harmed. I agree with that. Doesn't do their own statutory consideration of the duty. Okay. So, I think you've identified harm to the significance of the Oast House through changes to its setting. You've set out some things that are benefits and or enhancements to the scheme.
Yeah.
If I can take you to the framework now and tell me if this isn't your job. But you've had some consideration, I think, in your proof about overall impact. I think you call it a neutral impact. So for the purposes of the framework, do you find substantial or less than substantial harm or no harm?
So from the scheme as a whole, no harm. Because as we touched on, there's elements of harm, elements of enhancement which balance out.
Okay, so what you're saying to me was there is harm from that change in land use from open pasture to housing and so on. So that very limited contribution to significance, I think you said, has been largely lost. But you're saying that because there'll be some public interpretation and a retained view or two, that brings us to a position of no harm.
Yeah, a neutral impact, no harm.
Okay. I thought I read somewhere, and I think it might have been Mr. Brown. It might not have been. Actually, it might have just been that Mr. Brown was assuming if there was harm. But I thought the appellant accepted there was less than substantial harm. But am I wrong on that? Or has it moved?
I believe the position is that the heritage assessment accepted a very low level of less than substantial harm.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So you're absolutely right about that. Mr. Kopp's view is different,
Yeah.
and so the position that's presented, it is the primary case is what he's just said to you, that the heritage related benefits offset to the point where there's no harm. That is the primary case.
Mm. So whose view is it that there's less than substantial harm at the very low level, or however they phrased it?
So I'm just getting the right reference. So I think in the heritage statement submitted as part of the application, Yeah, page 24.
Is that CDA 45?
I think so.
Updated heritage statement, March
Yes.
22. Right. And whereabouts in there?
Page 24.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
start left-hand side assessment of harm. And it's the second sentence, I think, concluded that would result in less than substantial harm to the significance of the OST. This harm is within the lowest end of the wide spectrum of harm and would result in negligible harm.
Okay, so who's saying this?
This is Mrs. Evans, my colleague who prepared
You
the
work for
original.
the same company.
Yes. And then if we work through the rest of that,
So which one do I take for the inquiry?
well, we're saying if I was going to move on, but we're saying the same thing if I read
Okay.
the rest of it, because what it then goes on to say in the third column is it touches on development proposal on heritage assets. I won't read all of that, but it effectively then goes on to the benefits and mitigation. And concludes that the changes within the setting of the OST, which would result from the proposed development, would not have a discernible impact on the significance of the listed building
Because? So what suddenly changed?
because of the benefits. So the preceding paragraphs talk about the benefits that we've discussed as well.
So is this an MPPF heritage balance?
It's a straight balance between the heritage harm and the heritage enhancements.
So let's just be really clear on this. Because what you've said to me is there's some harm to setting of the OST house, but somewhere in steps 3 and 4 of Historic England guidance, that turns into neutral. But then what we're reading here is something else about there being less than substantial harm, which is MPPF wording, which I don't think appears in your proof, being outweighed by public benefits. That is different.
But it's direct heritage benefits, so I think it's using different words to say the same thing. What we're both doing,
Where does a heritage benefit come into it? Because the test in the framework is public benefits.
which the PPG's clear does include heritage benefits.
I'm sure it does include it, but I'm just wondering why you're specifically talking about heritage benefits. Are you
Because-
talking about benefits, public benefits?
No, absolutely not. I'm talking about enhancements to the significance of the asset.
Enhancements to the significance of the asset.
Yeah, and better revealing that significance through the
Okay.
interpretation, as we've touched on.
Madam, do you mind if I help or try and help on this particular point, because there's a case?
I'm not sure.
It's only because there's a case which is on the point.
What sort of case?
Court of Appeal. Can we have a...
Is it going to answer
Yes.
how your appellant is dealing with
It's set out in my
the
proof
steps
as
that
well.
they're going through?
It
where-
will
Can we
entirely...
stick with my point?
Of
And then
course.
If I haven't covered it by the end, you can add anything that you think is useful for me to know.
Of course.
Okay. I just want to understand how you've got where you've got. to.
Yes.
So you're saying there's a neutral impact because there's a heritage benefit, or you've enhanced the scheme so sufficiently that any harm has gone away. Is that what you're saying?
Effectively, yes, it's a situation where directly arising from the scheme, there are elements that will harm significance and elements that can enhance or better reveal significance, and those two balance out, so you get to a neutral position.
Say that again.
I'll try and remember what I said. So there's elements of the scheme that will harm significance.
Yeah.
There's elements of the scheme that enhance or better reveal significance. And those two balance out. So you come to a neutral position, i.e. there's no overall harm.
Okay. So that's your position. So what's going on here then? The same thing?
Yes, I think so. Just using slightly different wording.
When
Where
you say slightly different wording, we're using the wording from the framework, which is actually very specific.
well, okay, it's establishing
Is
lesson.
your colleague doing the framework balance of heritage harm against public benefits?
She's doing the balance of heritage harm against heritage benefits, and heritage
Hang on.
benefits
well, let's see
only.
if she is. Okay, so where does it say that?
So the first full paragraph on the third
Because she's
column.
actually got to less than substantial harm to setting and significance of the AST, whereas you say neutral. So she's in a different place. I'm assuming it's a she. Did you say it was a she?
Yes, it is.
She's in a completely different place to you. You're doing different balances, which is very confusing.
I think what she's saying is there's less than substantial harm, which is outweighed by the direct heritage benefits.
So I think, does that mean then that she's saying there's less than substantial harm to the significance of the AST house through harm to its setting? And there's a public benefit of better revealing it. She's doing the framework balance there, isn't she?
Yes, but only in doing that, she's only considering heritage benefits, not the wider public benefits.
And it makes no difference to her because I'm assuming she decides that the benefits outweigh the less than substantial harm.
Yes, the heritage benefits.
But she should. It does say about balancing the harm against public benefits. It doesn't specifically say heritage benefits. And I'm reading the heritage statement here. I think it's slightly different paragraphs in the framework now.
Yeah, I
It's
think
the
it's
same
202.
test. So there's, okay, so you both got slightly different positions. Do I take one or the other?
Well, in short, I don't think it matters because we end up at the same place, i.e. there's no
I'd
net
love to
heritage
write a
harm.
decision where it doesn't matter how I write the
Well, I mean, I think you should prefer mine because it's clear that the way in which I have balanced the adverse impacts and beneficial impacts that arise directly from the scheme.
Okay. Okay, so let's just go to a world where there is less than substantial harm to the setting of the AST house. Assume that's where I might end up. And I have to do that balance in the framework where I consider public benefits, not just heritage
Yep.
benefits. Where can I find those to apply? Have you had any consideration of the public benefits and can I find them detailed somewhere?
I would never consider the wider public benefits. So that
Never.
would be not unless they're heritage benefits. That's the exercise undertaken by Mr. Brown.
Okay. So you haven't done that?
No,
part, basically.
no. I would only consider heritage harm and heritage benefits.
Okay, but your
I'm not a
colleague
planning
has.
witness. But she's only considered heritage benefits as well.
Does she actually say that though? I mean, I don't want to split hairs, but does she actually say she's only considered heritage? Because I read public benefits a second ago.
Yeah, I think it's that paragraph again. So which says in many instances it's difficult to identify heritage benefits.
Where are you?
Third column on page 24, first full paragraph.
Third column.
Yes.
And where are you, sorry?
So when the paragraph that starts when the impact of a development proposal.
When did heritage benefits creep in then? Because it starts in the first column. Talking about public benefits. Balancing of harm against public benefits.
I mean, it may be helpful to read that whole page because effectively she identifies the harm, clearly states then that the wider benefits are set out in the Wolf Bond planning statement.
Are they?
I think that's,
I mean, I'm guessing they are.
yeah.
Can
they
you?
would- I'm sure they would be, but it's
Yeah.
probably a question
So
for
I
Mr.
need
Brown.
to be directed in case I have to do this balance to where they are definitively set out the public benefits to be used in a heritage balance. You don't know where those are at the minute,
They would
so
be
I'll
in-
wait to hear.
They would be in Mr. Brown's proof of evidence.
Okay, well, I need to be directed to them. Okay. I think that's covered all my questions. Did you think I needed anything else? Okay.
Sorry, I should turn my mic on. Do you mind if I do the case first? It's CDF10. And it's the City and Country Bramshill Limited with the appellant. Have you got that,
Yeah.
madam? Thank you. So it's known. Certainly, I've heard it called the Bramshill case for that reason. And I don't want to take you through the whole reasoning because that would take a long time. It's a very long decision, but it was essentially about the question as to how, if at all, one factors including in cases where you've got multiple heritage assets, a harm and a benefit. And of course, there are many more complicated cases where you might have a scheme that benefits one heritage asset but harms another. So those were some of the sorts of things that were floating around in the case. But the statement of principle that I'd like to show you.
I can read this
Yes, it's paragraph 78 in particular.
because I don't want you to stray into giving evidence.
I hope not dream of doing that, at least
already have
more
this
than
time.
once.
Actually,
Anyway, paragraph 78, I hope talking about a case isn't giving evidence, so I'll try and avoid giving evidence. Paragraph 78, and obviously I do commend the analysis leading up to 78, but it's Sir Keith Lindblom giving this judgment. Cases will vary, and then he says there might, for example, be benefits to the heritage asset itself exceeding any adverse effects to it, so that there would be no harm of the kind envisaged in paragraph 196. That's obviously the old version of the framework. That's the less than substantial harm bit. So as I say, essentially he's talking about a scenario of benefits to.
I get the point.
Yeah. So
I
that's
think that's the case that
that's
benefits me.
that's what Mr. Kopp is putting to you. Obviously, you might
The benefits
reject that on the
exceeding
facts,
any
but
adverse.
that is why he is saying you are, as a matter of approach, you can put them next to each other, and if they offset, you have no harm, and that's the end of it. I think the appellant's position is obviously if you put them next to each other and the benefits don't equate and as it were, cancel out the harm, so that you do have a degree of less than substantial harm, then our position is, of course, we invite you to take into account all of the public benefits and those things like housing need, highway safety
Well, you
issues,
can
and so
direct me
on.
to those, don't give it.
Yes, that'll be for Mr. Brown to summarise tomorrow. But that's where you would find the case as to what we say are the public benefits that would outweigh for purposes of
In Mr. Brown's proof.
in Mr. Brown's proof of
Okay.
evidence. Yeah.
I've no doubt they're in there. I just need to be absolutely certain that you're happy that they're the ones that I apply in a heritage balance,
Yes.
because
yes.
I don't. I'm guessing you probably haven't done the heritage balance, or maybe haven't set it out.
Mr.
Anyway, I
Mr.
need to
Brown
look
has
at that
done a
tomorrow. We can-
yes. He's done an even if.
I
Heritage
think he's done
balance.
an even if,
Yeah.
but I need to be absolutely certain about the public benefits for a heritage balance.
Of course.
And sometimes they might be different to the public. I can't. There might be a scenario where those public benefits aren't, say, for example, for a tilted balance. So I just want to be absolutely certain that you tell me what you want me to use for that heritage balance.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And I'm taking a mental note, and of course I'll make that clear in closing submissions as well. So thank you, Madam. That was the first thing I wanted to show you. The other thing was paragraph 206 of the framework.
Video, you don't have to go through
Yeah.
that.
So it's just that it hasn't come up and it hasn't been mentioned thus far in the context of, as it were, weighing the value of the benefits that Mr. Coppers has mentioned. So I just draw it to your attention in that context.
Yeah, I'm very interested
all.
with the framework. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam.
That is all then. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
helping me out with that and for being so flexible in terms of appearing less so on your evidence. Okay. Right. I think that concludes today then, which means we begin tomorrow with planning evidence, which is a nice place to be on a Thursday. You are. We are. I think we're actually, even very optimistic. You could say we're going to be slightly ahead. So that's good. But I think it's going to take 2 days to get through planning evidence. Would you agree? We might. I mean, we might. Well, we might. I don't know. What do you think?
My instinct is we might be okay because,
In 1 day.
well, I mean, a lot of the planning hangs on what the other witnesses have said.
Yeah.
So
Things
I
fall
think
away
my
sometimes.
estimate's probably a bit generous at the
Okay.
moment. And may I ask one question through you, Mum, which will have a bearing on how long things take?
Yeah.
You remember at the CNC it was agreed that parties would agree a range of housing need
yeah.
requirement. You remember that? And I just want to be absolutely clear what the appellant's position is, because in Mr. Brown's proof, he indicates that the extent of the shortfall is important and directs you to the hearing statement, which had the sites that were disputed. If the appellant is asking you to make a finding at the lower end of the range, I need to ask Ms. Turner about those sites, because her proof says we've agreed a range. If the appellant decides to go back on that, I can provide evidence.
Yeah.
And so that will just take up time in chief. And so I just want to know, I'm happy to do it, but I just want to know the appellant's case.
Can there be agreement?
I thought there had been in the statement of common ground, to be honest, but if
Yeah.
there isn't, I'm very happy to clarify that we do not think that it's necessary or proportionate to get into those issues.
Okay.
Whether that means we're describing it as a range or talking about a minimum figure or a maximum supply, we can leave perhaps to another time. But I'm not going to invite anyone, and I don't think Mr. Brown is, to get into the minutiae of going below whatever the council's claimed figure is.
Okay.
Okay, well,
So
thank you.
whatever that position is, if it's a range or a figure or whatever, can we have that at the start of tomorrow? Can I have that in front of me?
Yes, it was in my opening
Okay.
from last week. It's 3.92 years and whether in fact it's lower than 3.92, we are not inviting you to investigate. That's the
Okay.
position.
So you're both happy if the position is 3.92 years?
Yes, Mum, we are.
Yeah. Madam, do you mind if I just mention one other timetable related matter? It's that obviously we'll see how we're doing at 5 o'clock tomorrow if we haven't finished, but it would be quite convenient for me to have Mr. Brown through his evidence by the end of tomorrow. So I've got him for any overnight discussion about conditions
Oh,
and
right, okay.
106s.
Yes. Okay, yeah. So you're saying let's try and do it all in one day would be helpful. Yeah.
That should be an objective, I think. Obviously, we'll have to take stock if
I
things
think
have
that
slowed
would be
down.
great because it would be nice to finish up on Friday conditions and obligations and have a clear head for that, really, because they're pretty meaty things in their own right. So yeah, we can work towards that, I think.
Thank you.
We'll do our best. So it might be a bit of a later day tomorrow, I guess, but I really wouldn't want to go much past 5. But if it means, before 6 that we can get finished, then it might be worth doing. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Is there anything else? I don't think there is. If there is, I'll bring it up in the morning.
May I just ask a question,
Yeah,
Mum?
of course.
You mentioned earlier that you had some comments on
Condition.
conditions, and I'm just asking out loud if to be included in
Yeah.
the next set of conditions
Yeah.
and comments.
That's a good point. We have got a bit of time before 5, but I could either verbally, because I've got a written email that's in draft that I was going to then circulate to you all to then be acted upon to get a new draft list of conditions, but I could verbally run through it now. Would that save time, or is it easier to have the list? Because you may all be tired as well. To have me rattling off might be a step too far. I think you're probably right. Well, we'll include you in that, of course, and I'll endeavour to send it out before the start of proceedings tomorrow, so we can start. Basically, all my comments at the minute on conditions are because I'm assuming, and I might as well say this now, that you're happy for me to make tweaks about implementation clauses. There's no point painfully going through all that sort of thing. So with your agreement, I can tweak things to make sure that they're sound and so on, and they meet the tests. My comments are just that I've looked through what conditions we've got, and there appear to be conditions missing. I think I said that earlier. Things that have been mentioned in evidence that we said we'd condition that aren't there. So it's really just a list of is this to be a condition, or is it in the legal agreement? I'm trying to double check both, and if not, can we resolve it and get those conditions in and hopefully agreed, and then I get that final list. All right. Okay, I'll make sure that's with you all by first thing tomorrow then. Okay, anything else? No. All right, well, thanks very much, everyone. It's been a pretty productive day and we've made good progress. So I'll see you all in the morning at 9:30.